John, what were you doing August of 2016?
Fishing.
Deep in thought. Okay.
I mean, that was before I hadn't even moved back. I didn't even move back downstate. I was still up in Petoskey. So yes, I was fishing.
That's the last time the Tigers had a winning record in the second half of the season.
Ugh.
They officially do after a win yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
It's a conversation years in the making. Let's talk about our winning baseball team at the end of the season. But first, Casey and Howell, you want to wrap up our Lions chat. You're on 97.1.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good.
Good. So I want to be the smartest guy in the room, but, take after a previous GM. But my thought on this is, I surveyed what was going on and realizing that they could, cut Sudfeld, no one was going to pick him up.
Mm-hmm.
Now they can put him on the practice squad. And I think earlier in spring, during training camp, Campbell had a press conference where he said he had two different quarterbacks, one that could step in the short term and one for the long term. So I think if Goff gets hurt during a game, they bring Hooker in, and then they promote Sudfeld if it's long term.
I mean, that is certainly possible. I don't like the prospects of that.
I don't like it.
I kind of interpret it the opposite way. I would think Hooker would be the longer-term option, right? Because he could grow into the role as opposed to maybe Sudfeld could check into the right things on a one-week basis, right?
Right, but they talk about how he knows the system and all that stuff, and so that's where my concern lies. Like, if they were to cut Hooker, someone might pick him
absolutely.
up.
Oh, yeah, they're not going
to
to cut him.
No
he was
choice.
either going to be 2 or 3, but he'd be on the roster. This is now, and I don't disagree that if it's Sudfeld or if it's somebody else as a third option at quarterback, will be on the practice squad.
So just so people know, and this is maybe a little nerdy, but how this works, the third quarterback rule in the NFL, the emergency QB has to be on the 53-man roster or one of your 2 standard elevations per week. A player can only be elevated 3 times per season. They did that last year with the kicker.
Right.
So this isn't a solution for 18 games.
No. He can only be elevated 3 times.
Right.
So you got to pick and choose when you're going to elevate him, which games you want, because
you can't predict when your quarterback's going to get hurt, is my point.
Right, no. So, and that's why you have Hendon Hooker on the roster. So if your quarterback goes down, you bring in Hendon Hooker, gets you out of a game, hopefully with a win, and then you can decide that week, do we want to promote, do we want to use this one to promote? How long is the injury? What's the impact?
I'm saying the emergency QB was about bleep hits the fan. 1 guy goes down, 2 guy goes down, 3rd guy. He has to be on the 53-man roster before you kicked off that day. That's the rule that it reverted back to.
After they discounted the bona fide third quarterback on the practice squad.
Yes.
Which was vetoed by the NFLPA just earlier this week.
Correct. So this is where it gets maybe too granular for us to waste time on, but these are the considerations that Holmes and Campbell have to make with the roster decisions. Carrying a third QB, it's really only for the emergency situation.
What's that?
See the camera spinning?
It's the camera.
Oh.
It makes a little hum sound.
Yeah.
I was looking around too.
Yeah, it's staring at the ceiling now. The white balance.
Get a good shot of the ceiling. All right. Good to know. Either way, I think they made the right roster decision. Sudfeld isn't worthy of a 53-man spot.
Yes.
And if you have here's the other thing they could do. They could put Sudfeld on the practice squad and elevate him 3 weeks and then be done with him. Bring in a new practice squad quarterback, elevate him for 3 weeks. I mean, you can get as cute as you want with this, but the bottom line is you needed to open up that roster spot for a Tim Patrick, for a guy who may actually catch passes as opposed to a third quarterback. I have no issue with how they handled it. Let's talk Tiger baseball.
Mm-hmm.
John, 1 game over 500 for the first time since 2016.
What were you doing in 2016? That's a better question.
I was just starting my radio career.
Oh, really?
I was hosting afternoons on the other side of the state.
Oh. Heather?
I was working for the Tigers, for sure.
Yeah.
Who knows what else I was doing? Was I here yet?
You're asking us like we know.
I don't know, you guys. It's a long time ago.
It is a long. Well, that's the whole point. It's a long time ago. It almost feels like another lifetime ago.
I mean, there was no Teddy at the time.
No.
Was there a Lisa at the time?
She was alive, yes.
But you weren't. We
weren't. I hadn't even met her yet. No.
I hadn't met my wife at the time.
Yeah. So a lot happens in the span of 8 years. And when you think about where the Tigers, all that the Tigers have gone through and the fan base has gone through since 2016, I get the excitement about them being 1 over 500, especially since, and I keep going back to the things that Scott Harris has talked about, building a foundation, a core that you can add to and that the resources will be there. To me, that's where this is. Are they in a playoff chase? You can make that determination individually if you want. Right now, I don't think so. It doesn't mean that they can't get into a playoff chase, but I just don't think it's not probable, it's not likely, but it's also not impossible.
I don't think they're making the playoffs.
Yeah.
I don't want to be patted on the back for that. It feels pretty obvious. They're not in a playoff race to me personally. Can that change? Yeah, every win changes it a little bit. They've won 5 in a row. The first time they've won 5 in a row since the first 5 games of the season. They have a positive run differential. They got the Red Sox coming to town this weekend. Wrap up business with the Angels, beat the Red Sox a couple times, and you start to shave this thing down. They're 5.5 back. If you can get within 3 going to the final couple weeks of the season, you're in this. You're in the race. They're not there yet. And to get there, the bullpen's going to have to continue to hold up. The bats are going to have to continue to hit well, and these young bats are going to see adjustments in September, right? We've seen it with Colt Keith, the ups and the downs of a young player. I don't think they're all going to continue to be on a tear. Like Parker Meadows isn't going to hit 350 the rest of the way, right? So there's a little bit of this that they're going to have to navigate. But they're alive. They're as I said yesterday, fringe contenders. They'll be real contenders if they can get within 3 games the final 2 weeks of the season. And it's not out of the question. I think it's unlikely. But, John, these are conversations we didn't think we were going to get to have 30 days ago, 60 days ago, 90 days ago. I mean, the last time the Tigers had a winning record, do you remember what happened that day? I wonder if the audience remembers what happened that day.
Oh, you talking about the phone ring?
Yeah, we got a phone call. You remember that?
Yes.
I mean, that's how long ago it was. And think about the tone and how different it was. When we got that call from Gibby, we're like, give me a break, dude. Like, there's not much to be excited about.
Well, Meadows was down.
Right.
Torque was 5 days away from going down.
Yeah, he was struggling mightily.
And none of it was with the young players other than Green and Skubal. And now it has changed. And to see the Tigers do this, when it's just so rare in my lifetime to develop players. And I'm not saying that they're stars yet or, I made the proclamation Parker Meadows is an everyday player. I do. I think he is. He's so good defensively that you can stomach if he can at least hit 225. I mean, I don't think I think he'll be a better hitter than that. But I'm just saying, we don't know what he is yet because of sample size. But the bottom line, like, Jim, you've had the stat. They're 36-18 with Parker Meadows playing. That includes the bad Parker Meadows from earlier in the year.
Yeah, it includes early when they had a winning record in April, and it includes since his call up and his return, the last.
Does that make him an 18-WAR player?
All right, buddy. 248-539-9797. I know this is kind of a weird conversation to have because they're not in the playoffs right now, and we don't think they're going to make the playoffs.
But they're 5.5 back, and can they win enough here on out to get in? Again, that's the question. But they also need the Twins, and let's just take them as they're at the cut line right now.
They're the target.
They're the target. They need them to basically fall on their faces. So one is the Tigers have to continue to play as they are and win as they are, but they also need the Twins. And the Twins' schedule is much tougher than what the Tigers have. There's no question about that because they've got there's a 6-game road trip that they're on that goes, 7-game. They're at Cleveland for 4, at Boston for 3. If you get within 2 games at the final 3-game series, the Tigers have the White Sox and the Twins have the Baltimore Orioles. So one's not like the other.
Right. And some people have pointed out, because they're red hot right now. They've won 12 of 15. Oh, it's the White Sox and the Angels. Well, it's also the Yankees and the Mariners who are teams standing in the way. So it's one of these things, we can't ignore them. We can't ignore this baseball team. As much as football season is going to start, we can't ignore if they keep winning. And it's something that we've been waiting years for. So this is a refreshing conversation. You want to jump in. Do you think they're really in a chase? in a playoff race? And if not, what would it take for you to feel that way? It's 97.1.
Founders Brewing Company has been making high-quality beers right here in Michigan for over 25 years. With a focus on using the highest quality ingredients, you can always count on Founders to deliver extraordinary quality in everything they release. And with that focus on quality, they set out to create a beer that lets you have it all, and it's right there in the name. It's All Day IPA. Here's what you get in your beer. It's a refreshing and deliciously flavorful beer. It's easy drinking and high quality. All Day IPA is an IPA that is naturally brewed with an array of malts, grains, and hops, creating a delicious citrusy taste and a clean finish. It's the perfect beer for anyone looking to make the ordinary extraordinary and the good times great. Speaking of great times, All Day IPA is the perfect beer for anyone on game days. Visit foundersbrewing.com to find All Day IPA. All Day IPA, it's all in the taste. Founders Brewing Company, Grand Rapids, Michigan. For 21 years old or older, please drink responsibly.
Dickerson's call.
Mm-hmm.
Tiger baseball, can't ignore them. I know football season on the horizon, can't ignore them. Winning record into September for the first time since 2016. And you have ticket texters. I could tell they're starting to watch this stuff. Sale throwing for the Braves today against the Twins. Meaning 5.5 games back could turn into 4.5 games back when you wake up tomorrow morning.
Yeah, and obviously in the end, it's just take care of your own business so that you give yourself a chance.
And again, the Tigers have a schedule that is favorable for them to win the vast majority of the games the rest of the way, right? With the White Sox and the A's and the Rockies and the Angels right now. It makes the Red Sox series this weekend critical for them if they're going to even whisper about the playoffs. Yeah. But we can at least whisper about the playoffs.
Right. And I brought up Baltimore at the end of the year and the Minnesota, schedule. The other thing that the Tigers have is they've got the 6-game road trip. Yes, 3 of those are against Oakland. 3 of them against San Diego. That'll be a tough series for them. And then they've got 6 against Baltimore.
Yeah.
They've got 6. They got 3 at home and then 3 on the road. They also have the Royals. So it's not a given that they're going to continue to keep this pace.
No, I would tell you right now, I don't think they're making the playoffs, and I don't think you think they're making the playoffs.
No. I'll tell you right now, I would be plant my flag 99%, not 51%, 99% that they're not making the playoffs.
No, the edict from the start of the season was we're not trying to make the playoffs. So, I mean, I don't think they're going to get in suddenly. It'd be miraculous. It'd be fun. Could you imagine how great it would be for all of the Tiger fans who've been waiting long enough for this? It'd be so much fun. I don't think it's going to happen. But we've asked people, when would you start taking it seriously? And I said 3 games or less with 2 weeks or less. Then you're in the thick of it. And then you have these conversations about, are you resting Skubal or are you trying to make sure he's out there every 5th day? I mean, there's a real question that's been brought up. Should Jackson Jobe be called up, given that you only have a 3-man rotation?
Hey, so you said 99% positive they won't make it?
Yeah.
You know that you're going against the playoff percentage? The playoff percentage, them making the playoffs right now, according to ESPN, is 3.5%. And I was going to say, I was going to say 3%. Like I think they've got
you're talking, I thought you were going to say 10.
No. See, people are misreading me. I truly believe they're going to get, quote, in the race. They're going to get within 2 or 3 games at some point here. But to fully complete it, it's just hard to fathom. There are examples in sports where this has happened. I mean, and I'm not saying even like playoff success here, okay? But what the 2021 Blues did, their worst record in hockey on January 5th. They made the playoffs and they won the cup. I'm not talking about playoff stuff here. But stuff like this does happen. I mean, the Oakland A's with a Moneyball team, they won 20 straight games.
I think what's tough is you're right. It just doesn't happen to us very often.
No, but why not? We've always been saying, when's it going to be that time?
Yeah.
Look, I don't think it's going to happen. Be real for now. Go 5-1 on this homestand. So right now you're 1-0. Beat the Red Sox, sweep the Angels, and beat the Red Sox 2 out of 3. And I think we're going to have a pretty interesting conversation next week.
Post-Labor Day reset.
You're sitting 3 to 4 out in totality, but you got to get ahead of the Red Sox. You got to make your move here in the next week to get ahead of them. And then you have nobody to pass anymore. And that's a big argument against this whole thing in general is passing teams. It's hard to do. Come Monday, they could have passed everybody, and they're the first out.
Well, and forgive us if we're getting a little carried away. It's been 8 years since we've even been able to have these conversations. You know what I'm saying?
Since you had a winning record in August.
Yeah, I mean, it's been 10 years since the playoffs, which is the whole point, is to get back in and build on it.
It was during the Obama administration.
14? Oh, 16. 16, yeah, right before, the inauguration. It's been a while, guys.
Yeah.
It's been a long time. And John, I think you're starting to get satisfied regardless because they've got the young pieces to put in place.
Yeah, what we have heard from Scott Harris is you got to build a core, you got to build a foundation. All right, I believe that foundation has shown itself. And now what he has said is once we have that foundation, ownership has said the resources will be there. All right? This offseason, we're not there yet. We got 29 games left. But when the offseason arrives, the conversation should all be about what are the resources they are willing to use so that next year teams are chasing the Tigers, not the other way around.
Yeah, I'm very And we're all very curious to see how the offseason goes. Will they make the case that they haven't seen enough to feel good about the young guys yet and that they need another year to season them, get them 500 at-bats at the major league level, and we can't put anybody in their way, the whole blocking 2.0? I hope that's not what happens. And I think the closer they get to the playoffs, the harder it is for them to sell that to the fan base of the offseason, right? Well, we're not really sure how close we are. You were 3 out. I want them to force that conversation. I'm rooting like hell for the Tigers to force that conversation this offseason. So they can't say, I don't know, we need to be sure about these guys. Take another eval year. I want them to be pushing the envelope at the end of this season.
If nothing else, it's fun right now.
Sure.
It's fun to start the season. We had a fun run before the All-Star break, after the All-Star break. Now we've got a fun run at this moment. How long will it continue? We'll have to wait and see.
I know you guys have a poll question coming up. Doug, we haven't tipped your hand.
Yeah, big secret.
It's already up?
Yeah, no, it's a question for Tiger fans. Simply put, are you in a playoff race? Are you not in a playoff race?
Where'd you vote?
I haven't voted. I
right.
sent the poll out. So,
I
don't think you can vote on your own poll, can you? On
Yes,
Twitter? Can you?
I don't know. I've never.
No, you
I've
can't
never,
vote on your own poll.
I would vote.
Why not?
Yeah.
You have to have an opinion,
I
right?
still think they are. I said it yesterday. They are a series away from being in the race, and what they needed to do was take care of business against the Angels, and the Braves take care of the Twins. And I mean,
1 for 1 so far.
Check on Tuesday. So I'll feel much better about answering this question.
Yeah, but then it leads to the next question of, okay, if that continues the way it has yesterday.
Yep.
Your prediction about the Sox series, because that's going to be an even bigger one. Right now, they are a team that is in the way, and they have direct opportunity to affect that.
I mean, the weird thing is, right, if the Tigers sweep the Angels and Minnesota loses one more game, so the Tigers get to 4.5 back, I'll go ahead and say they're in a playoff race.
4.5 back.
I think 4.5 back is my tipping point.
Why?
It feels it's actually sort of random. I don't know why.
It's arbitrary.
4.5 by Friday.
Yeah. Yep.
See, Doug, it's all arbitrary. I said 3 or less with 2 weeks to go. It's all arbitrary. It's just whatever fans
Whatever
feel.
you feel.
Yeah.
Right.
Feel,
yes.
I will feel like they're in a playoff race.
Question for you. Do you own a lantern?
Like a Coleman gas powered.
Well, it doesn't have to be gas powered. It could be battery powered.
No, I own flashlights, but
That's what I said.
Really?
Yeah. Should I own a lantern?
That's what I asked.
Wait, hold on.
Yes. If power goes out.
Amongst the many things that John judges me about, is this another one?
This will be one.
I don't own a lantern.
Well, for somebody that is very prepared for a number of different situations, when the power goes out, how do you create light
that's
in the home?
That's really funny. I am prepared for some fatherhood stuff.
Yeah.
And I'm prepared for the show. The rest of my life is a shambles.
Okay, so should we ask your wife if she owns a lantern?
You should, and I think the answer is no.
Huh.
But I mean, last night I went through the power goes out in our house, and I hear generators kicking on all over the neighborhood, and I'm like, I don't want to do it.
Yeah.
I feel like generator guy.
You're the last holdout in the neighborhood.
And the non-generator guy is like, here we go again. And you always have that internal debate. I don't know what my tipping point might be, but I'm holding strong and being a non-generator guy. I use not having power to say, I might be in bed by 8 o'clock. Honey, what you doing?
Wow.
A little too much.
No.
But we got the power back. And
then that went out the window. Hopes and dreams crushed.
oh, well.
That and more coming up next. Carson Anderson,
Actually,
96.
not that.
Oh, what? That's what you do. You come in a crosstalk, you tease. I assume that's a full
no,
breakdown of the
no.
nighttime activities.
Yeah.
Nope. Okay. Carson Anderson next, 97.1.
Hello and welcome to the Carson Anderson program. Gator out today. It's great to be with you though on a Wednesday. Tomorrow's a bunch of college football games, and I the slate isn't spectacular. I'm not going to sit here and blow smoke up a channel and tell you that it is, but there is an interesting B1G game with Minnesota hosting North Carolina, and they get to break out their quarterback transfer, and look forward to that. Minnesota, I believe, is a slight favorite in that game. So, hey, man, whenever Power 4 schools get together, it's better than most of the matchups you will see, which is a lot of Power 4s playing non-Power 4s and even some FCS teams. So I'll lean into it. It's a great, you know what that is? It's a great early in the season matchup where you're just so excited to see legitimate football, and I am. And then, of course, Spartans play on Friday. Michigan plays on Saturday. USC, LSU on Sunday. And then what's the Monday game? There's an interesting Monday game, too. But I'll have to look that up. First, I want to start with this. Last night, the weather, I mean, it was blowing so hard at our house before the rains hit. Like, our house was creaking. And then we lost power. I still have work to do, and headed down to Schembechler Hall for stuff for Saturday to get ready for Michigan and Fresno. And then after that, I was driving on a surface street, and I was driving through a neighborhood with no power. And so there were no street lights. It was dark. I rounded a corner, and there was a massive tree which had fallen on a truck and blocked the entire road. And it was really weird because it was dark. There was no activity. I wondered if the people who owned the truck even knew. But I was like, that is wild. That's like tornado stuff. And I don't think, Kang, I didn't look. There was no reports of tornadoes here last night, was there?
No, I did not read anything or see anything about that. Just lots and lots of people in Southeast Detroit, Metro Detroit, obviously, Southeast Michigan, without power, but nothing of a tornado that I saw.
It was a lot of straight line, very, very significant straight line winds. And I mean, we had a tree fall in our backyard at the end of the summer, one that was going to come down eventually. I would have been far more concerned, but that tree already fell and got cut up and taken away. But hey, man, that was some wild stuff last night. Kang, did you see anything crazy coming into work?
Last night was nuts. We got some big arborvitaes around our house and things like that. So those things are like, it takes a lot to like push them almost, horizontally, right? Like that much wind was coming. Of course,
they were pushed horizontally?
Yeah, close to it. I mean, That's how much the wind was coming. But as far as going into work this morning, I did see something pretty crazy. I wanted to snap a picture, but I was in my car and driving, so not safe to do, Doug. But if I was at like a park, maybe, or standstill, I would have. There was a 7-Eleven on my way to work, and everyone sees, they got the big 7-Eleven sign. Yeah. That thing was tipped over. I mean, completely over. So it's now 11-7, but upside down, right? It's like.
So wait, the whole was it like the sign like a fallen tree?
Yeah, kind of. So like, let's say the trunk was still there, but the top of the tree was down, completely bent over.
So the sign,
yes,
it was like still connected but folded over.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, that was pretty crazy.
248-539-9797. What is the craziest thing you saw with the storms that rolled through last night? I thought it was a unique amount of straight line winds that led to some crazy stuff out there. I mean, driving into work, I'm sure people saw it. All kinds of, tree shrapnel on the roads. If you were a victim of any of that, it always sucks. Like that just is one of the, it just bums you out. Especially, what really bums me out is like if you have a great, well-landscaped yard and you got some mature trees, they're great to have. And when you lose one of those, it's not like, oh, it's going to suck for a while. No, that's gone. Like it's gone forever. That always sucks.
Yeah, I mean, those trees are like, they've seen things, man. They've been, you know what I mean? Like those trees are old,
Yeah.
It takes a long time for a tree to get that big. And then when you see something uprooted, especially in the older neighborhoods, and that's gone. That's it. Done for. And you're going to see that driving around today. And I know a lot of schools are closed today too because of this. And it's affecting a lot of people. Hopefully, I think, knock on wood, we flickered as well, Doug, but we have power right now.
I'm looking down at Twitch, the Twitch feed, and thank you those of you that log on and listen and watch on Twitch. What do we got here? Security Chief Odo says, dude, the weather was the most insane I've seen in a while. Cure Duchesne, please, says, it was something. The wind was crazy. Last night around 2 a.m., more crazy close lightning. And he writes, trees down all over the place on my drive into work this morning. We got a meteorologist on there, cyclonic vortex, who writes, there were 0 tornadoes, all straight line winds ranging from 40 to 75 miles per hour. Red Wing 2244, the craziest thing I saw were the leaves swirling in circles, almost like a mini tornado. Obviously not a tornado, but it was wild how they looked that way. 248-539-9797. What's the craziest thing you saw? 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Hey, we've got the live animal mascot portal band thingy coming up at 10:30, a little college football talk. Lions set their final roster, and the Tigers, however you felt about them yesterday, you got to feel one game better today. We got questions about both the Lions and the Tigers out there on Twitter if you want to go answer them. Remember, your answers oftentimes get read on the air. So go ahead and tweet us at DunGator971. Go vote on our poll as well. It's Carson Anderson, Gator Out today, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Hart, Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket. How about our Detroit Tigers? Long rain delay last night. Played the game and ended up defeating the Angels and have moved one game closer to Minnesota in the wild card standings. And that's our question. Do you think they're in a playoff race? And are you watching Tiger games, processing that this actually is a playoff race? And look, what they're doing right now feels like a win already. Establishing a young core, doing something they haven't done since what feels like the late 70s, early 80s. Mostly homegrown young talent, winning positions. And it's kind of up and down the lineup, which is cool. So that's one way to process this. And as I said yesterday, they're not letting me down at this point. I mean, I'm not going to be mad at them if they don't make the playoffs. I suppose they could fade and lose like 20 in a row, but I don't foresee that happening. So as it stands right now, the question is, how far in are you? Like, is this in any way to you if they turned into a playoff chase? Are you scoreboard watching? Are you looking at the schedule, trying to figure out whether or not they can actually do this? But I mean, you can go vote yes or no, essentially, on our Twitter page, at DuncanGator971. We're also talking about the crazy-ass weather last night. A lot of straight-line winds. And, I mean, Kang saw a folded-over 7-Eleven sign on his way to work. I saw a tree that fell across a road, blocked it. And the crazy thing was, and it landed on a truck. It was a power outage in the neighborhood. And it was completely dark. And I kind of came around a corner, and there it was. There was nobody around. There were no workers. There were nobody out there looking at it. I wonder if the people that owned the truck even knew that it was crushed. And it felt like, honestly, in the dark, it felt like end of time stuff.
Doug, that's underrated light. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, because we never think about it. Even if it's nighttime, of course, there's light out. There's, whether it's a street light, right, porch light, whatever.
But to be in a building, neighborhood, a populated area, completely dark,
pitch black,
nobody's around. Yeah. It's pitch black. There's a tree across a truck, and I'm like, it felt like end of times.
I'm telling you, man, light. Underrated.
Yep. 248-539-9797. AJ's in Lake Orion and on 97 won a ticket. What's up, AJ?
Hey, guys. Two things. I'd like to make a comment about the Tigers. But first, I was in Rochester last night, and I believe I was told from my friend that a tornado touched down around Avon. And I truly believe it because I was actually cutting down a tree for a friend, and it got so windy that about a 2-foot diameter beech tree was actually bending at the trunk, and it was pretty scary. There was garbage cans flying all over the place.
So wait a sec. On a day that trees were being uprooted, you were cutting down a tree?
Yeah, we got it done just before the storm, like about 20 minutes before the storm. It was. I could have saved myself a lot of work if I would have probably waited, but yeah, it was pretty scary out near Rochester late yesterday afternoon. So, and I'm driving on Ryan Road on the east side right now. I'm from the Lake Orion area, but there is stuff all over the place. A couple of trees were uprooted on Stony Creek Road on my way home. It was really pretty hairy.
It's really sad when you see that, but just because the trees are part of part of your neighborhood, part of your landscaping.
These two trees were really old, and they were in a farm area, and they had probably a few hundred years old each tree. So it was sad. But on another note, I am watching and listening to the Tigers for the first time in probably, I don't know, maybe 10 years. I mean, I always listen to the score, but I'm actually listening to the game and excited about, you mentioned it earlier, Doug, about the core of the team. And I think these guys are really learning to play together and play well together. And I'll hang out.
No, they're playing well together. They're showing promise. Look, I mean, to build a championship caliber team, you need some guys that are going to be superstars. They got a superstar pitcher. And now they need Riley Green and Colt Keith to be like superstar players. And maybe it's Riley Green and Jace Young to be superstar players. Feared. That you can count on every night. Then you need another couple of guys that are damn good. Maybe that's Parker Meadows. Maybe Spencer Torkelson turns into a very useful power bat. that does enough other stuff that you can be here every day and relied upon. You start piecing this together, and then you got sort of the fringe guys, the Justin Henry Malloys, the Wenzel Perez's, the Dylan Dinglers, the Trey Sweeneys. And then up and coming, a lot of promise with Jackson Jobe, Max Clark, Kevin McGonigal, Tyron, Lorenzo. I mean, are these guys, are they piecing together the formula to have a homegrown championship caliber team? Somebody called yesterday, and it's a valid point. I mean, I don't think it's time to do victory laps just yet. There's a lot of Avila picks here. There are a lot of Avila draft picks, and good for him. Man took a beating, but I don't wish him ill will, and it's in our best interest that he was right about a lot of this stuff. So, I mean, he didn't do enough right. I'm not mad that he lost his job, but a lot of his picks are panning out here. A lot of the guys he acquired are helping him win these games. So, look, we don't need to belabor the point and rekindle Avila discussions. So I probably shouldn't even brought it up, but it's good to see. It's good to see. 248-539-9797. Feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox from John in Lake Orion. The weather was so crazy it knocked Dave Rexroth off the air. Channel 7 had minimal power and couldn't show radar maps. Really? I didn't see that. That's wild. So they were on the air, but didn't have radar maps? I can't even imagine trying to do the weather without a radar map. As we were driving like hell to get off the golf course, a huge tree fell across an entire fairway. We had to drive through a neighborhood in the backyard to get around it. Whoever sent that in, tell me what course, what hole. That's wild. So you saw the tree come down? Whoever just texted that, see if you can text us some details. Or please text us some details. Jeff on a roof, currently working on repairing an entire 17-foot by 60-foot flat roof that blew off in Clinton Township. Wow. Dude, it was crazy wind last night. I can't explain this, but I walked out of the gym after the storm around 7, and it just felt eerie outside, and I saw a weird cloud anomaly in the sky. End of times, man. Last night felt a bit like a movie. I was on my front porch checking out the damage of a tree that fell down from the wind and blocked our street when the next door neighbor's tree got struck by lightning, loudest boom and brightest thing I've ever seen. That's from Brandon.
You ever see anything get struck by lightning, Doug?
I have not.
Me neither.
Not live.
I don't want to.
You said you want to?
No, I don't want
okay.
to. I don't want to be anywhere near. That's too close for comfort.
So I'm in a weird place with lightning. When I was a kid, I was in college, I guess. I was playing in a summer soccer league, and we had the 7 o'clock game and the 5:30 games. Storm rolled through, and 4 guys got hit by lightning. And since then, I've been absolutely paranoid of lightning. We showed up for our game. There were ambulances. They're like, "You're not playing tonight." Found out what happened later. I'm pretty sure, if I recall correctly, one of them passed. It was messed up. Johnny in Rochester said, saw a trampoline in the middle of the road. A trampoline. Andrew in Livonia, craziest thing I saw last night, the amount of times my kids ended up in our bed. Oh, yeah. Did that happen?
No, not with us, thankfully.
They slept through everything, or they're not scared?
No, they slept through it, and we have a little sound machine.
For Kyle in Ann Arbor, people not... Wait, you have a sound machine?
For the girls?
Yeah.
Not for us, for the girls, yeah.
Puts them to sleep?
Yeah, it just kind of drowns out any outside noise, things like that.
Interesting.
You should try it, Doug. You have trouble sleeping sometimes, I know.
I do, yeah.
Maybe
sound machine, you say?
Yeah. White noise?
I mean, I could just bring it up on my phone, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Kyle in Ann Arbor says, people not treating flashing red lights as stop signs. People are blowing past stop traffic and causing so many near misses. Saw this morning on my way to work. That is from Kyle in Ann Arbor. Yeah. Just relax. Scott writes in, this is what happens when California teams come to the Big Ten. Yeah, I can see that.
We getting earthquakes and...
Do we get their weather?
Yeah, landslides.
We get their weather? 248-539-9797. Speaking of California teams to the Big Ten, we got some college football discussion next. Every Wednesday, the live animal mascot portal band thingy. We will get to that next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Gators out today. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket, 248-539-9797. Throughout the football season, we talk a lot of college football, a lot of NFL football, and every Wednesday we do the live animal mascot thingy. Six-pack of questions, although it might be a seven-pack today. College football questions as we get ready for the first full weekend of the season. Kang, on your mark, get set, let's go.
All right, do you want to go first or do you want to go first?
I'll go first.
All right, you go first. All right, the new playoff system, Doug, it gets an early stress test when a popular playoff pick, Florida State, loses their opener. Do you like the fact that they still have a chance and their season's not over yet?
So, under the old system, I guess their season wouldn't have been over, but they would have needed help. Now their margin of error gets cut down, and I guess I'm still vested, because I've said for this whole thing, it's almost like a trial basis. We'll see how you feel. When I watch that game, I was into it, man. I was vested in the outcome of that game, and I imagine Florida State fans are panicked because of what happened, but if they win the rest of their games, they're in. And under the old system, if they won the rest of their games, they might have got in as well. It's when they endure the second loss But I realize that it's shifting all of the intensity, which used to be week in, week out. It's just going to shift it more to the end of the season when teams are toying with their second loss or their third loss that would knock them out. There'll just be more games at the end of the regular season that feel do or die than they feel at the beginning of the season right now. So, it's kind of delayed gratification in that regard, but I'm hoping that I love each and every Saturday the way I used to.
Yeah, college football's changing, Doug, and it's becoming more and more like the NFL every day that that goes on and that passes by. And this is one of them. The fact that you can lose games and still be in the playoff picture. This is what they want. They don't want seasons over early. They want people engaged throughout the entire year. Adding the playoff teams, means you can lose more games and still have a chance. So in the end, I do like it because I'm more of an NFL guy. I think it's maybe just part of me just accepting the fact that this is happening whether I like it or not. So if I like it, it'll be easier to watch. So, but in the end, I find it just more NFL-like, so I like the NFL. I'm going to say yes, Doug. I enjoy this.
Okay.
An FCS team, Montana State, beat an FBS team, New Mexico, last Saturday. Tomorrow night, Colorado plays 9-time FCS champion North Dakota State. Should the Buffaloes be on upset alert?
They should. I think they're going to win, and I really like the over in this game because I think Colorado's offense is going to score. But North Dakota State has a 4-year starter at quarterback. The last 2 times they played up a division, they lost to Arizona in 2022, 31-28, and they lost to Iowa in 2016, 23-21. They're going to give Colorado headaches. I think Colorado's going to win in a shootout, but I think that this is going to be an exciting game.
They absolutely should be on upset alerts. I think these FCS schools, especially the really good ones, you don't mess around with them. You mentioned they have guys that stick around, and the really good ones end up going to schools like Colorado, right? I mean, this is where the big-time schools are actually poaching players from is the FCS schools. North Dakota State, I don't think they pull off the victory, Doug, but definitely they should be. A Colorado fan should be on upset alert. All right, a new proposal going to bring some restrictions to the transfer portal. I just spoke about the transfer portal. The proposal limits portal entry to 30 days in December. Do you like this?
So I like it sort of. I think they completely blew it. I think the portal, because they've got a spring portal right now and a winter portal. If they're going to eliminate one, eliminate the one around signing day. Like the portal being open while teams are signing their recruiting classes conflicts with one another. Because you're getting all these freshmen to sign who are signing at schools in part because I can play, I see the roster, and then a transfer comes in and takes your spot right after you sign. I think they should put it at the end of the year so that student athletes can be at the schools for a full year, go through spring ball. They might be discouraged in the fall and want to transfer. And then after spring, they might feel completely differently. Plus, your signings, your recruits are all signed, your classes are finalized, and it's not unfair to the recruits to see somebody jump their spot. Now, maybe that'll happen in the portal, but there won't be as many spots open. I think it'll calm things down. I'm stunned that they're keeping the December one and not keeping the spring one when coaches could focus on high school recruiting in the early portion of the season and portal recruiting at the end.
Yeah, I'm yes and no. I like guidelines. We need some guidelines with this crazy, new college football we talk about all the time. NIL, transfer portal, sometimes it's just a wild, wild west out there. I don't know. I need rules to follow or it's anarchy, right? The no part I don't like is, I don't like the time frame either, Doug. That part doesn't make sense. I think we're headed towards eventually the right decision, the right guidelines here, the right rules to follow. Not quite there yet, but yes and no on me. They got to clean that up. Sunday, a marquee game. USC plays LSU in Las Vegas. Do you or anybody have any rooting interest for our new Big Ten brother? Are the Trojans on your side in this one, Doug?
It's so funny because I've watched Wisconsin play LSU or, even Ohio State, Oregon a few years ago where I found myself rooting for the Big Ten team. Of course, when Ohio State loses, I enjoy that too. But like Penn State, Auburn a couple years ago, these big marquee matchups where I just instinctively be rooting for the Big Ten team. I'm going to try. It'll be good for the conference if USC beats LSU. I can't even spit out that sentence without feeling weird. I'm going to try to root for the Big Ten's USC Trojans. I'm going to try. And I always talk about how in theory you say something prior to a game, and then when the game starts, your real feelings come out.
Of course.
Yeah, and
of course.
I'm stating that the effort will be there to embrace USC in that matchup with LSU. Because I like a Big Ten team beating an SEC team. But it doesn't feel natural.
Doug, you're Mr. B1G, and if you're having a hard time, I can't do it. I mean, you're the one who's always rooting for the Big Ten and, conference over any other conference. I can't do it. Maybe it's because it's way too early. Of course I don't feel like USC is a real Big Ten school. When I root against other, I can root against the SEC all day. That's easy. That doesn't mean I'm rooting for USC because of the Big Ten, though. So as of right now, can't do it. Not rooting for USC. Don't care about the Big Ten thing. But I'll root against the SEC all day. All right. Big game Saturday at noon. Penn State at West Virginia. Your thoughts on this game, Doug?
So a couple things about this. One is West Virginia is a very tough place to play. I think they've won 22 games in a row at home. Might be 22 non-conference games in a row at home, but whatever. It's a tough place to go. I think they're a 9.5-point underdog. Here's the thing about Penn State. They're really building their hopes around Drew Aller, and this is completely unfair. But it feels to me like they've recruited well at quarterback, but they really haven't had the guy since Kerry Collins. They've gone out and they've recruited and gotten Christian Hackenberg, and he was supposed to be the truth. And he just seemed to come up short in big games. Trace McSorley coming up short in big games. Maybe had the guy and Levis, but lost him. I guess I will believe in Drew Aller when he does it. Because last year, the two biggest games, Michigan and Ohio State, he kind of looked like the reincarnation of Hackenberg. And so I'll believe it when I see it when it comes to Drew Aller, their quarterback. I can't even imagine the pressure.
Are you calling an upset here?
I might be. I can't even imagine the pressure on James Franklin if they lose that game.
Just say it, Doug. Penn State's going to lose. I think West Virginia's going to win this game. You just said it. They are tough at home. West Virginia, the hotels are all sold out. They're ready for this big game. I know they're the underdog, and for good reason. I get that. But I think that they don't only just cover. They actually beat Penn State. But if they lose, like we spoke about earlier in the college football questions here, Doug, season's not over yet for Penn State. So they can lose this and still move on and get in the playoff. But I think Penn State loses at West Virginia. All right, college football has a 2-minute warning now. Do you think you're going to like this?
Yeah, I do. But I think there's something really weird going on. I've noticed this in watching the games, and I get sent rule changes. I get all the rule changes. And I don't know why college football is calling this the 2-minute timeout. It's a 2-minute warning.
Yeah, just call it the 2-minute warning, man.
Why are they calling it the 2-minute timeout?
That's why I called it in the questions.
I know, and I'm like, I guess I got to call it the 2-minute timeout because that's what their wording is in the rule book. It's a 2-minute timeout, but it's a 2-minute warning. I like the concept. Just call it the 2-minute warning.
Yeah, this is just, dude, you're trying to be more like the NFL. Just do it. Quit trying to hide from it. The 2-minute warning. I don't know if 2-minute timeout's going to catch on, maybe because if the announcers keep saying it. But overall, I do like this new implementing of this new rule because I think listen, entertainment, that's what sports is about. They're trying to get the offense another shot to go down and win the game or tie the game. And to me, though, they should actually get rid of the stop the clock for the changing of the first down chains. Actually, I just go full NFL, I guess. Just make it the NFL. All right, strange but new betting trend, Doug. This is real. I can't believe I'm going to ask you this, but you can bet on hypothetical games, all right, between two teams that are not playing each other. It's called a mythical matchup. For example, this week on FanDuel, Ohio State is a 21.5-point favorite over Michigan. That's right. They're not playing each other, but they're a 21.5-point favorite over Michigan. For Ohio State to cover, they need to score 22 or more points against Akron than Michigan scores against Fresno. Do you like this?
I think this is ridiculous. And I got to admit, I kind of like it. You get vested in two games. You watch, if you decide to bet Michigan plus a 21.5, you watch Ohio State Akron. And then, you know what? I get Elam ending vibes. Michigan will have a target score that they have to meet.
Yeah, for you.
Yeah.
not for Michigan.
No, not for Michigan. Yeah, you're right. But I'll be watching with a target score. I mean, look, I'm not going to bet the game. Let me be clear about that.
Be very clear.
I'm very clear. I'm not
right.
betting. But the concept, I think, is intriguing. It also might speak to having problems if you're betting hypothetical matchups.
They're not hypothetical anymore, Doug. You can bet on them, so it's real to me. At first, I'm like, this is too much. Like, you've got a problem. Call the number. But then I'm like, wait, you can bet against Ohio. You can bet Michigan against Ohio State every week.
Yep.
You not just against Ohio State. You can bet for Michigan against Ohio State every week. So when I said it out loud, it kind of sounds cool, but I don't know if I'll try this. But it's available for those that want to do it.
There it is. That concludes the live animal mascot trophy game blitz thingy. Hey, summer is in its final days, but the savings are still hot at Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. Right now, you can get into that new 2024 Chevy Equinox for just $216 a month with $19.99 down. That's a 2-year lease on an Equinox LS front-wheel drive for just $216 a month. Unlock the savings with your GM employee discount or current lease in your household. Equinox is one of the roomiest compact SUVs available, and Sarah has right around 200 in stock to choose from. Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights, where they guarantee the lowest price or it's free. 17.5 in Van Dyke in Sterling Heights. Call 87-SAY-SARAH or go to saysarah.com. But hurry, offers end September 3rd. Together, let's drive. Gator out today. Carson Anderson, 97 won a ticket. I find this mythical matchup stuff fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. And they put it out. They take two rivals and they put a point spread for each week. And all that matters is their points scored. So if Ohio State puts up 56, Michigan starts the game. Michigan's a 21.5 point underdog. They got to get within 20, 21 points. If Michigan gets to 35, you win the bet against Fresno. I mean, I don't know. Here are the points, and there's a total too, 88.5. So you'd be betting on Michigan and Ohio State to combine go over the 88.5. And I think I like that. I think if anything, I'd like the over there. But they've got point spreads for North Carolina. I'll give you some of these. North Carolina's a 21.5 point favorite against NC State. I suppose I shouldn't do this without knowing who they play.
You know how this came out, right, Doug? It's just typical. Guys being guys, sitting around, saying it out loud, and then someone being like, I can actually make that happen.
Yep.
Like, I wonder what it would be, the spread would be, if Michigan versus Ohio State week 1. And they're like, well, we have a system. I can just put it through the computer.
It through, yeah. I bet if you go look at like point projections.
Yep. The algorithms, Doug.
But here's the question.
Algorithms.
Can you do this without taking on degenerate status?
No.
You can't?
You just got to wear it proudly. I'm a D-Gen. My name is Kang.
If you're betting mythical matchups.
I bet on teams that don't play each other like they were playing each other.
If I bet on mythical matchups, by definition, do you have a problem? I think you're right. I think the answer is yes. Although it might be driven more by the intensity of a rivalry. Is the problem speak to you're way too into the rivalry that you want to bet Michigan versus Ohio State in week 1 where their point totals count as if they were a head-to-head matchup? Florida State is a 7.5 point favorite against Florida this weekend. Florida plays host to 19th ranked Miami. Florida State plays host to unranked Boston College on Monday night.
So just to make this clear.
Yeah.
Whatever Florida scores is their score. And then whatever Florida State scores is their score. And then you just match them up against each other, right?
Yes.
How do you even prep for this? Like, you just do the projected scores and that's it?
I think so. Okay, so look, I am no hardcore betting guy by any stretch of the imagination. Nobody here is.
Well, there's two guys that do a show or podcast.
When I mean here, I mean the 10 to 2 space. I am intrigued if hardcore betting guy likes this. If this is something that you're going to jump on. Or if this is kind of, even for you, a little bit ridiculous. Because, one of the things about fantasy football is that you're vested in multiple games, which makes it kind of fun. That everything that you have on the line, whether it just be a fantasy football, or whether you do weekly fantasy football, you have your eyes on multiple games. And you can do the whole noon, 3:30, 7 o'clock thing and basically now you can also do that and just bet one game at noon, one game at 3:30, one game at 7. But I wonder if this appeals to hardcore gambling guy. And the other thing about a lot of this stuff, right, is they're sucker bets. Do these have a cloak of being something cool, but it's really a sucker bet? Notre Dame this week is a 7.5 point underdog against USC. USC is playing LSU on Sunday. And I mean, that's a hell of a tough matchup for USC. I'm scrolling. I forget who Notre Dame plays here. I think they got a pretty good game themselves. Kind of my early read here is to like Notre Dame plus the 7.5.
All right, Doug, you're in. You're in. We got you. Is that $1 or 13?
It'd be $1. All
right.
Yeah, I'm not.
Yeah.
I don't mess around with this stuff too much. Who the hell's Notre Dame playing in week 1? I'm having problems finding who Notre Dame's playing in week 1. This is bad. I should know this. But my gut instinct is is USC even going to win that game?
They're playing Texas A&M.
Oh, yeah, that's tough. Okay.
Night game, baby.
Wow. Yeah, that's a tough one. That's a tough one.
This is one I might just try too. Here's the thing. You know how this works. You try it, you win, you love it. All right, I like this. This is easy.
Yeah.
You lose, you're like, well, this is stupid. I got to try it again. That's how gambling works, Doug.
Yeah, I don't know, man. This reeks a little bit to me of problematic, but there's something intriguing about it.
And by the way, the house always has the advantage.
Yeah,
if you're asking, you know,
no,
like,
you're right.
what's no?
Yeah, they're all sucker bets.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing, you talk about going next level with a rivalry. That's what it is.
Yes.
You already hate watch Ohio State, and now you like super hate watch them. It's the multiplier of hate, and because you're betting Michigan straight up against, well, not straight up. You're betting Michigan plus the 21.5 against Ohio State. Weird.
Well, yeah, you're going to, like, if you really hate Ohio State, you would bet the team that they're playing, and then you bet Michigan versus them.
Yeah.
I bet you got to be able to do the money line too, right?
I didn't see money line stuff.
Well, there's just maybe this is a slow rollout here first for the mythical matchups.
I mean, if this takes off,
right?
Yeah,
Well, every site's going to do it if it takes off.
and they'll probably do money line. I wonder if you could have mythical matchup parlays. I mean, all right. Well, the hardcore gambling guys, I want to hear back from you. Do you like this? Is this a gimmick? Is this easy money? Is this a sucker's bet? 248-539-9797. Your thoughts on this new thing they got going on in college football. The other thing from this, I wanted to ask you, Kang, because you said something intriguing in the middle of the blitz thingy, and that was, will the announcers call college football's 2-minute warning the 2-minute timeout? I got the rules sent to me.
Oh.
It says 2-minute timeout. I watched last weekend. The announcers were calling it the 2-minute timeout. Should I call it the 2-minute timeout?
That's right.
Because that's what it is. It's a 2-minute timeout, but it's basically a 2-minute warning. But for some reason, college football, the way they are packaging this, is a 2-minute. So what should I call it?
Knowing you, Doug, you want the listener to be informed. You stick by the rules. If they're telling you to call a 2-minute timeout, you're going to call a 2-minute timeout, but you're also going to let people know what the 2-minute timeout is, because they're going to hear it for the first time. A lot of people are going to hear it for the first time. Well, what the hell is Doug talking about?
Yep.
And you're going to explain this is just like the NFL's version of the 2-minute warning.
Yep.
Except we're calling it the 2-minute timeout.
Here, I got the rule here in front of me that got sent over. 2-minute timeout. When the clock is running and the ball's not live, the referee shall stop the clock with exactly 2 minutes remaining in the second and fourth quarters for a 2-minute timeout.
They should call it mythical timeout.
Well, at some point, the rules committee got together and they were like, all right, do we want to adopt the 2-minute warning? Yeah, let's do that. But let's not call it the 2-minute warning. Were there people in the room like, why not? Now, I will say this. This is probably what people care about most. The radio/TV broadcast partner will hold back at least one media timeout to coincide with the 2-minute timeout. If there is no media timeout partner in the game, the timeout shall be 1 minute plus the 5-second referee notification. So this basically is another commercial break, which people probably then hated. But in theory, it makes the game more exciting.
Yeah, whatever you do, don't call it commercial break. That's what they said in the meeting.
Time for the 2-minute commercial break.
Right?
Yeah, people will hate that.
No, they won't like that.
All right, 248-539-9797. Gamblers, you like the mythical matchup, sucker bet, or is this fun?
Will we have mythical matchup like betting lines in the sports updates?
I don't know. Will is it Cash the Ticket? Will Cash the Ticket do mythical matchup bets?
They got to give people what they want.
Yeah. It's Carson Anderson. Let's get to the Lions' final roster. We'll do that out of the gate next hour here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Michigan Hair Restoration. I don't have any mythical matchups, but I have a real one coming up for tonight. The Tigers and Angels going to play again at 6:40, and the Tigers have just been exploding against these bad teams. The Tigers surging in August, by the way, with their 5th straight win last night. They're above 500 after the trade deadline for the first time in 8 years. They're still 8 back in the division, but 5.5 back of a wild card slot with more than a month to go. Fangraphs actually has them as a 3.7% chance of making the playoffs, but they were a 0.5% chance on August 1st. Detroit has been putting up some numbers lately, plenty of home runs. Jake Rogers says they're just feeding off of each other. Mason Englert's going to start on the mound tonight. The action right here on 97.1. Teams are waiting patiently for waivers to go through for about 1,000 players that were cut yesterday around the league. The Lions have very low priority, but they'll continue to churn the roster and eventually form a practice squad of up to 17 players, including reportedly veteran receiver Tim Patrick from the Broncos. When the Rams come to Ford Field on September 8th, a former Michigan star may have a bigger role than expected. Blake Corum getting a lot of love from Sean McVay, who also said number 1 back Kieran Williams will be returning punts as well, with Corum there to spell him in the backfield. He's been given The title Sleeper Fantasy Pick by Adam Schefter even. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Doug Harsh, Gator out today, getting some suggestions here. Scott writes in, you should call it the 120 seconds left in the first half clock stoppage for more TV revenue. Timeout. On NCAA 25, they call it the 2-minute warning. That's from an unnamed texter. Calling it the 2-minute timeout makes it sound like it's 2 minute long. Is 2 minutes long? Is that true?
That's true. It kind of sounds like that.
Yeah. Let me go back to the rule because it kind of depends on if everybody has a broadcast partner. So I guess that's a moot point. It sounds like it's a 1 minute break, but they're calling it the 2-minute timeout. One moment, please, while I bring up the rule changes in front of me. When the game clock is running and the ball is not live, referee shall stop the clock with exactly 2 minutes remaining in the second and fourth quarters for the 2-minute timeout. If the ball is live, game clock reaches 2 minutes in the second and fourth quarters. The play will continue and the referee shall stop the clock when the ball is subsequently declared dead for the 2-minute timeout. The radio and TV broadcast partner will hold back at least one media timeout to coincide with the 2-minute timeout. If there are no media timeout partner in the game, the timeout shall be 1 minute plus 5 seconds and a referee notification and the 25-second play clock interval. So it says if there is no media timeout partner in the game, the timeout shall be 1 minute and 5 seconds. This change will synchronize all in-game timing rule changes to be effective following the 2-minute timeout, including the first down timing rules, runs, fumbles, backward pass, out of bounds. So I don't think it's clear. I think every game has a media partner. So how long is this break? Our engineer, Tony Butler, Tony, text me if you know the answer to this. Because it says you hold back one media timeout. Is that basically one regular commercial break, or is there a specific length to something that's called a media timeout? Don't know. Do not know. Well, anyway, I suspect it's going to be a regular timeout. Even in the NFL, announcers say you get an extra timeout at the 2-minute warning. The new NCAA 25 video game, they are calling it the 2-minute warning. Stay with the warning, Doug. NFL has the licensing on the verbiage for 2-minute warning. Oh, is that what it is?
Well, if they do, then why are they using it in the NCAA game?
I don't know.
2-minute warning. I haven't played, so let us know, people.
Yeah. Jordan in Jersey says, I don't think it's really degenerate. It's pretty much taking over Michigan team total bet and the under Ohio State team total. Essentially, it's one bet instead of two. You're betting over on Michigan and under on Ohio State. I guess you could be because they do have point totals for individual teams. Kang, I love this idea. Is it on a betting site? That's from Jeff. Okay, I'll tell you this is odd. We saw the story that FanDuel had it. I logged on to FanDuel this morning, and they'll give you the regular point spreads, and then you go to more NCAA football, and there it was, mythical matchups. We get on the air, and honestly, it's gone.
It's gone now?
It's gone on the FanDuel app.
You had it.
I know. I'm going to scroll around here a little bit. So I went to a website and found the mythical matchups, but now I'm not seeing it on FanDuel, which is really weird. But it was there earlier today. I'm having app problems. Yesterday I couldn't figure out how to order a pumpkin spice latte. Don't judge me. From Starbucks, and now today, disappeared. But apparently it's out there. It's supposedly on FanDuel, Jeff, if you want to check it out. Okay, let's get to some Lions stuff. Yesterday's big day, cut down day. This is our team. For now, this is a constant revolving door at the bottom of the roster. of players that will be in the lineup and then out of the lineup. Players get hurt. Practice squad guys get called up and activated. But the roster is now set with that accepted fluidity at the bottom 4 or 5 spots. So quarterback. It wasn't a huge surprise, but it was a bit of a surprise yesterday when they cut Nate Sudfeld. They might be exposing a player that in their minds is their number 2 quarterback for now, but they're exposing him to get picked up by somebody else because they want to practice squad him. They knew they could save a roster spot by practice squatting Sudfeld. They knew if they put Hendon Hooker on waivers, he'd get absolutely claimed. So this could just be a little bit of sleight of hand to try and open up a roster spot. Still, if they put Sudfeld on the practice squad, that means Hendon Hooker likely on most Sundays will be the backup quarterback. And if Jared Goff takes an injury, then Hendon Hooker is going to have to finish the game. If it's a long-term injury that he suffers, and they might activate Sudfeld, they would activate Sudfeld, and then it might be a true battle for who gets to start on Sunday. Or they could just simply be saying Hendon Hooker's our guy for now.
Yeah, and hopefully we never have to answer this question.
Without question.
The question is who would play Hooker or Sudfeld, because hopefully it's Jared Goff the entire year for, every game. But yeah, I think you're right, Doug. If it's long-term and they have to activate Sudfeld the following week, if this coaching staff just feels more comfortable with Nate Sudfeld, they'll play Nate Sudfeld,
Yeah.
But maybe Hendon Hooker has just outright won the backup job, and he is the backup no matter what. That's, I think, what everyone here prefers.
Yeah. I mean, it's great because, A, it saves a roster spot, and B, it's, hey, they've got a relatively young quarterback. He's not a kid. He's 26 years old. But they've got a relatively young quarterback that they think can win them games. And in the meantime, it did open up an extra roster spot. So a little bit surprising, but of course that was news we digested yesterday. Other things. The running back position was the 4 we expected. The 2 starters, Gibbs and Montgomery, Sione Vaki, and Craig Reynolds. The wide receiver, the thing about the wide receiver spot is that they went out, and the big news there is the addition of Tim Patrick. Now, yesterday, the story came out that Denver was trying to trade Tim Patrick, and if they couldn't, he would end up, on waivers, and then it was, up to a team to select him. This is a guy who's had some good years in the league. He's 6'4". He kind of fits the model of what the Lions are looking for. And the Lions, were able to get him. It's a calculated risk. This isn't going to cost them a ton of money. And he fits the mold of the bigger receiver. He's got a track record of being good. Maybe in their eyes, it was important that he checks the box of being a well-liked and respected locker room guy, which is a big deal to this organization. But he is coming off 2 injuries. So, look, that's a chance that they are willing to take. And the 2 injuries aren't minor. It was a season-ending ACL and then an Achilles. In any position that relies on speed, especially when you're above 30, man, suffering an Achilles injury can really change the way you have to play the game. And that's a kind of deal where it makes me, if I have my 51 is that this won't work, but I think it was worth the risk. And I also think it's hard for them, maybe to a fault. I don't know this yet, but with the idea that they focus so much on your character, and there's no doubt that Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes absolutely value this stuff, that it's hard for them to find a receiver or a player that checks all the boxes that they want. And so, at some point they might have to bring in a bad boy and hope that they're not bad boy, but somebody who doesn't check the character box, and hope that the Lions culture shapes that player when they get here. The way it happens in places like Pittsburgh, and the way it happened in places like New England under Belichick. And I think that what that is you get introduced to a locker room, and whatever you were before, you realize, oh, wait a sec. Everybody here shuts up and listens and takes notes during meetings. Everyone here shows up 45 minutes early for workouts. And you don't want to see yourself as a straggler. You don't want to be a guy that goes against the grain. And so your culture reshapes a player who came from a different culture, or their normal wasn't what we do here. And thus that player basically says, I'm going to do it the way they do it here because I don't want to look bad. And Patrick, I mean, I don't think they have to strain. Doesn't feel like it's a hard strain for Patrick to fit the Lions culture. Will he be able to play? No, we'll see.
Yeah, I'm not worried about his mindset and upsetting the culture or, even being good for the culture. I think the culture here is so strong that, if you're not part of it, you'll find your way out the door. I think my biggest concern is injury. You mentioned 2 big injuries, Achilles, ACL. If he stays healthy, this is an easy win for the Lions. I actually like the player a lot, and I was a little surprised that Denver was willing to let him go. I know they have Mims, and they drafted Troy Franklin and Sutton over there, but Tim, when healthy, he's a good receiver. I always felt that, Doug, they were going to go after a bigger receiver. It wasn't everyone kept bringing up, well, how do you replace Josh Reynolds' numbers? I think Khalif Raymond can kind of do that. It's just replacing Josh Reynolds, that type of receiver, the big-bodied outside receiver. Patrick does that. He's 6'4". He's over 200-some pounds. If he can stay healthy, he doesn't have to be that burner, especially with the injuries he's had, but he's got to catch the contested balls, get the first downs, red zone targets. And so I think once he gets acclimated to the Lions, playbook and things like that, I think this could be possibly a really nice sign-in pickup.
248-539-9797. We'll run down the rest of the roster. We'll take your thoughts as well as we continue. Then we got a question for you that we'll get to today at 11:30, but you could see that question early if you want to go to @DugganGator971 on Twitter. You can answer it, and we'll read many of your answers on the air. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Gators out today. It's the Carson Anderson radio program. College football, and NFL football. A lot of Lions stuff coming in. And we've gotten some traffic on the mythical matchup this week. Michigan is a 21.5-point underdog against Ohio State. That's right. On FanDuel and other sites, you can bet a mythical matchup. Whatever points Ohio State puts up against Akron at 3:30 on Saturday, Michigan at night has to get within 21 to win your bet. So I don't know if this is the type of thing that sounds like fun, sounds like degenerate behavior, sounds like something you might try. Sounds like a sucker's bet. Sounds like easy money. People always have their theories. The mythical matchup. 248-539-9797. Additionally, we've run down the roster cuts. We've made it through wide receiver, done quarterback, running back, wide receiver. Here's the feedback we've gotten. Hendon Hooker was always the guy. He had to earn it. That's from Nate McClem. Well, yeah. Nate, I would completely agree with that. At no point were they thinking, well, I'm not sure who our long-term backup's going to be, Sudfeld or Hooker. Sudfeld was going to keep the seat warm, in theory, keep the seat warm until Hendon Hooker was ready. If Hendon Hooker truly has earned this spot, like truly has earned the spot and is the number 2 quarterback, and he'll be the short-term and long-term number 2 quarterback, the tipping point, I suspect, came in Saturday's game against Pittsburgh. He did some things I think really showed he could pass a test, standing in the pocket, delivering the football on time and accurately. That really impressed me. And I came back Monday. You might have heard Monday. I was really, really happy with Hendon Hooker's development. Now, he did fumble the ball. We saw him fumble it 3 times in practice. We saw the fumble exchanged at Kansas City. Like, with a young quarterback and a developing quarterback, this stuff is going to happen. And we heard Dan Campbell say he needs reps. They really like him, but he needs reps. And that's probably the example of it when we see him turn it over. They believed, and Dan Campbell said early last week, might have been a week ago, he felt that Sudfeld had the upper hand on that backup quarterback job. But things change, right? I mean, you expect a young player to get better and better, and maybe the tipping point came Saturday. What else do we got? Would have rather had Terrace Marshall or Noah Brown. Patrick on the wrong side of 30 coming off major injuries. Not a fan of this, to be honest. Kang, you mentioned both those guys yesterday.
Yeah, I would have been happy with either one of those guys. They're, just bigger X type of receivers. The thing is, too, Noah Brown can play special teams, so I gave him the edge when we made our predictions yesterday. Mm-hmm. I'm not against Patrick. I mean, the obvious thing against Patrick is the injuries, if he can stay healthy. Brad Holmes has shown that doesn't scare him, right? When he's picking up guys, whether it's Marcus Davenport or re-signing Emmanuel Mosley or signing him in the first place.
Yeah.
That doesn't scare him. That doesn't scare him. So, if Patrick gets hurt or he's not able to recover fully from the injuries he's had, then, you go out and get the next guy in. I would doubt Noah Brown would be available at that point. But, yeah, I can see where some people aren't gung-ho about this. Injuries scares everybody, Doug.
Yeah.
You almost rather have a guy just not be able to come through than be hurt,
What do you mean, like suck?
Yeah. No, just so because like, hey, it didn't work out. But to never even have the chance to see him play, I think that might be more frustrating.
248-539-9797. More feedback. They did the bad guy player last year with C.J. Gardner. Didn't really work for the Lions. That's from Benham Roseville.
I don't think he ever upset the culture here, though. He actually was just more he's
outspoken.
He brought some swag, some energy.
I mean, he was there was that weird flirtation with the ski mask thing that lasted 5 minutes. There was the CD Deuce nickname. There was waving bye to San Francisco fans at halftime. Some of that stuff, none of it really got roots here, did it?
No, I mean, well, the ski mask thing, I think he tore his pack right away. So he's like, all right, that's done. I ain't going to lie. I think he even came on Instagram and said, we're done with that. But he had a personality for sure. I don't necessarily think he was a bad guy, though, and a bad teammate, more importantly.
Yeah. Yeah, when a guy, and again, there's another guy that got injured. But, hey, man, that's football. Whether you like it or not, that's just, unfortunately, I said it a few years ago, and it didn't really pertain to us. But so often when it's all said and done, it's a game of attrition. Man, Brad Holmes really loves injury-prone guys. Doug, when was Tim Patrick good? He's been meh his whole career. He's a nothing burger. That's from Mike. A couple of years ago, he was the second leading receiver behind Jerry Jeudy by one reception in Denver. One reception. He had twice as many touchdowns as Jerry Jeudy that year. He led them in touchdown receptions that year. All with the rotating Drew Lock, Jeff Driscoll, Brett Rippon, Kendall Hinton at quarterback.
He's never had a good quarterback.
No. So he's never been great, Mike, but he's being asked to come here and be, at best, the third receiver. I think he can fulfill that role. And was Josh Reynolds good for the Lions last year? Because he was the third receiver. So, yeah, I think he has been good. The problem is the injuries. And that wasn't the only year he had.
I think he had 2 decent years. His arrow was pointing up until the injuries.
Yep.
Essentially, the Lions traded Josh Reynolds for Tim Patrick.
In many ways, yeah.
And we're asking him to be Josh Reynolds. And when Josh Reynolds got here, we weren't sure he was good Josh Reynolds.
I guess if this guy's definition of good is elite, no, he's never been elite.
We don't need him to be elite.
No, but I think he's clearly been a productive receiver when you have over 50 catches for a team with bad quarterback play. The mythical matchup is a deceptive bet aimed at the most degenerate of gamblers. I'll take Michigan over Ohio State. That's funny. 248-539-9797. All right, wrapping up the roster, the final 53-man roster. The tight end thing really surprised me. Parker Hess over James Mitchell and Shane Zylstra. Parker Hess, tight end out of Iowa, that we saw catch a touchdown on a 4th down play in practice where we saw the number 43 and thought they threw to Jake Bates. Parker Hess makes the lineup, makes the 53. Is he here to stay? We'll find out. This is a guy who's been in the league for a few years. He's had, 14 career catches. He had 5 with Atlanta in 2021, 9 more with Atlanta in 2022. Played with Atlanta last year, didn't have 1 catch or target. And the Lions signed him, and he makes this roster. Curious that they signed they keep a 29-year-old journeyman tight end over 2 guys that have played and done some stuff for them. I don't want to overstate it. Neither Mitchell nor Zylstra were great players for them, and at best, we're going to be down the list of tight end options, at best third. But those same years that Parker Hess had 14 catches for Atlanta, Shane Zylstra had 22 catches for Detroit, and he had 4 touchdowns back in 2022, which is 4 more than Parker Hess had. James Mitchell in Detroit, the last 2 years, had 13 receptions and a touchdown. So this one surprised me. Completely caught off guard by that. Offensive line went as expected. We'll run down some defense stuff, and we will ask you the question we asked on Twitter, and we'll get to some of the responses about now that the 53-man roster is set. We got a question for you. We'll get to that next here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Dude, I got to do a bunch of liners today for the network, including a station in Escanaba. Hell yeah. Let's go.
They weren't on last year, man?
I don't know. I redid the liners. Wolverine football's on AM 680, WDBC, Escanaba Marquette. Sweet.
Escanaba's on board. It only took a national title.
All right, so here's a question we asked via Twitter. Today on Carson Anderson, the Lions set the 53-man roster. We enter the season with unprecedented expectations. What is your number one roster concern headed into the season? We'll read many of your answers on the air. So I've got one concern, but it's because of lack of evidence. And we'll get to that coming up. But here is what has come in from the people. Pat tweeted us. Interior D-line. The team got gashed by the run last year. Aleem, Reeder, Levi, and Martin need to stay healthy and play well against the run. Well, there's two things here. One is Martin is already on the injured list, and that I don't remember when he got hurt or even hearing he got hurt, but he's on the injured list. Two is I don't think it's accurate that they got gashed against the run. A year ago in rush defense, let me double check this. The Lions, that's total yards. Hold on. Lions were second in the NFL at 88.8 yards a game allowed running. That's decent. And some of that has to do with the Lions were leading, so teams are throwing a lot late in games. But I don't know if it's accurate to say they got gashed against the run. I think they really got gashed against the pass. Do you get gashed against the pass? I don't think you do. They gave up a ton of passing yards.
Yeah. The run defense was actually pretty good.
Yep.
They had pressures. Yeah, we'd like them to get more sacks and get home more, but the secondary was the big issue, and that's why you have two new starting cornerbacks back there.
Yep.
And they're moving Brian Branch to safety.
Raymond writes in, biggest roster concern is defensive end opposite Aiden Hutchinson. If someone from that group steps up, the whole D-line will be elite.
Counting on another injured guy possibly here, Marcus Davenport.
Yep.
And you can even throw James Houston in that coming off injury. One of those guys going to step up and put pressure on the other side, opposite Hutch.
Yep. My biggest roster concern is kicker, writes Chris via Twitter. I don't want a game to come down to an unproven kicker. I love the signing and wish him success, but it makes me nervous he has no veteran leadership to help him along the way. Well, you don't keep two kickers. I mean, they might be able to bring in a quick kicker and practice squad him and have them, each week kick against one another. But yeah, he's still an unknown, and that will only be proven over time.
Well, yeah, you're unproven until you're proven. I mean, that's the only way you get there is if he goes out there and has in those opportunities and in those situations comes through. And then all of a sudden, you are a proven kicker when the game is on the line.
Yep. Lucas said, not many worries. However, I'd say wide receiver 3. Tim Patrick is not a lock into the position, especially since his age and injury history the last couple of years. Rob says, I'm still concerned about the corners. 2 rookies, incoming vets, and not many training camp preseason reps due to injuries, immediate test against the Rams. Rob, that's me. My biggest concern is still the secondary. And it's not because I don't think they don't have promise. They do have promise. It's not because they didn't make upgrades. They did make upgrades. We just haven't seen it. We haven't seen it other than what we saw in practice. And it was hard to judge, to be honest with you. So for me, until I see the secondary play better, I'm still a little worried in the back of my mind. I like what they did. I'm glad they addressed it. I suspect it'll be better. But it was so bad last year. The pass defense was so bad last year. In fact, the Lions gave up 247.4 yards per game through the air, which only 5 teams in the NFL were worse in terms of pass defense. Trying to win a Super Bowl, got to be better. Got to be better. Now, you don't have to be great. Please be better. From Brandor 80, my number one concern is wide receiver after ASB and JMO. Roger says, as long as this team stays healthy, there's no reason to believe they can't at least duplicate last season. Injuries are the only legitimate concern. William says, my concern is James Houston. If we can get the same production out of him from 2 years ago, this is a Super Bowl victory team. John writes in, Goff's health. That's it. Kang, what's your number one concern going into this season?
I'm with you in the secondary just because it's the only thing where you didn't see, the real guys out there really all together. Carlton Davis, of course, I understand. Sit him out. He's your number one cornerback. But, he has some injury history as well. And then you're depending on a rookie to fill the other outside corner, Terrion Arnold. Inside, it's probably going to be Robertson to at least start the year. He's got the experience. He's a tough, hard-nosed cornerback. He's small in stature, but he can get physical with you. Brian Branch, I am a little concerned about moving him away from the line of scrimmage because for a defensive back, he made a ton of plays behind the line of scrimmage. And tackles for losses are essentially sacks.
Yeah.
And we talk about guys helping out Hutch. Brian Branch would come up there, stuff the run, and I don't care if it's the quarterback or running back. Behind the line of scrimmage is like a sack, tackle for loss. So we'll see how Branch does back there. Iffy, they might move Branch to nickelback at some point during packages and bring Iffy back alongside Kirby Joseph with the safety spot. But the whole secondary, be average, and you could punch your ticket to the Super Bowl.
And a lot of this has to do, of course, with pass rush. I mean, they're intertwined. We all know that. I just looked it up. The opposing quarterback rating against Detroit last year was 98.1. Okay, so I figured, all right, let's put that in real terms. Looking up quarterbacks that are in that neighborhood of 98.1. So it's essentially, it's like going against C.J. Stroud, what he was last year, every single game.
He's pretty good.
Yep.
He had a pretty good year at least.
Yep.
And the thing is, both of us didn't say we're worried about anything offensively because I think we both agree that the Lions' offense is pretty damn elite. And they're going to score points, which forces the other team to score points as well, which means they're probably going to throw the ball a lot. And that's why the secondary for the Lions is so important.
248-539-9797. The roster is set. We ran over some of the surprises, and there were some on defense as well that we didn't get to. Lots of carnage on the defensive line of guys that people thought might make it. Uku didn't make it. Agude didn't make it. Matthew Betts didn't make it. Pecco didn't make it. Chris Smith didn't make it. Now, there is some reporting that Pecco will be back, that they have to move Kaminsky onto one of the injury lists, and that'll open up a spot, and they'll bring Pecco back. But some people thought he'd make it right out of camp.
Well, something's afoot because they still only have, I believe, 52 guys on the 53-man active roster. So they could put Pecco there right now and be at 53. The Pecco one floored a lot of the beat writers because they were basically told, hey, Pecco, go ahead and rest. You're not playing the preseason because you're making the team.
Yeah.
So I think Pecco's going to be on the roster, and you're right. I think Kaminsky gets moved to some kind of injury list, but they still have a spot open. Now, if the reports are true that Patrick's going to start on the practice squad, Doug, is there another move coming that we don't see and know about yet? It's not being reported on? Or maybe it's just Uku. I don't know. I have no idea, but there's a spot open.
There could be, yeah. We'll keep our eye on it. Linebackers, no shockers there. Defensive back, Lawrence Strickland made it. That's 3 undrafted free agents. Isaiah Williams, the long snapper Hogan Hatton, and Lawrence Strickland that makes the Detroit Lions roster out of camp. I mean, that one surprised me. And I'm like mad at myself that wasn't paying closer attention to Lawrence Strickland. Because there's one I got wrong yesterday when we were talking about what are the obvious cuts. I wrote his name down. So I completely whiffed on him making an impact this preseason. Now, maybe it was just in practice. And, of course, that's a big part of this. We don't see everything. But good for Lawrence Strickland. Good for Lawrence Strickland, I guess. I mean, we won a spot. Maybe it's just he's going to make an impact on special teams. But they must have liked what they saw. The kid out of Ball State makes it.
Yeah, he's normally a guy that comes in week 1, and we're like, who the hell's that guy?
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
He snuck through the 53
I
man
swear to
roster.
God, correct me if I'm wrong. That happens to everybody, right? Even those of us that cover the team.
How can that happen?
2 or 3 times a year, we're like, Boo Smith. Who the hell is Boo Smith? Like, there's always a guy. 248-539-9797. All right, LeBron actually said something funny yesterday. I know he's not everybody's favorite. It was funny, but it was also dripping with LeBron. I'll explain today at 11:50. Additionally, got a bunch of feedback on the Lions roster and your biggest concern now that the 53 is set. We'll get to that at 11:48. Hey, you heard a lot about FanDuel, right? America's #1 sportsbook. Well, here's something a little different for you. Now through September 22nd, all FanDuel customers can bet $5 and get a 3-week free trial of NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. Then with a YouTube TV base plan, you're able to watch every regular season Sunday afternoon out-of-market game. All you need is a Google account and a current form of payment, and you can cancel at any time. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug to download America's #1 sportsbook. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. Full price of NFL Sunday Ticket will automatically be charged seasonally after free trial. There are no refunds. Terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Doug Carr, Skater out today. Open lines 248-539-9797. Regarding the Lions' 53-man roster, finalized. Holmes and the Lions are proving to players that if you sustain a couple injuries, we will still give you a shot to play in this league at low risk to the team. It's very smart. Well, look, they're taking some risks. They're not getting Tim Patrick at $10 million a season, right? I mean, it's a low risk signing, and if it doesn't work out, there A, might be other guys still out there, but B, they still got $38 million under the cap, $38+ million under the cap to take on a big contract at the trade deadline if they so choose. It's unpredictable. You got all this money, but you don't know what the market is going to offer up. That's the risk. That's another risk. You can sit here and you can say, well, we'll just find a team that's fading that's willing to trade a veteran wide receiver. But those things don't always align. That the right team with the receiver on the right contract fades from contention and makes that receiver available to the market. They don't always align. So there is a risk there. A wide receiver outside of St. Brown, I'm sorry, the biggest concern for this unnamed texter, wide receiver outside of St. Brown, they have unproven talent. Yeah, we're kind of doing the unknown given thing where Jamison Williams is an unknown, but we're treating him like a given. Anthony in Lake Orange says, hey guys, how are you doing? Happy hump day. And I'm worried about the Lions secondary. We're doing fine, Anthony. Happy hump day to you. And yeah, too, I'm kind of worried about the Lions secondary. And this isn't a panic mode. This speaks to what good shape this team is in. I expect them to be pretty much improved. We just got the least amount of evidence in a position that dramatically needed the upgrade.
I mean, I don't want to put bad mojo out there, but since there's so many new players in secondary, especially the corners, the outside corners.
Yep.
Even the nickelback. They could be worse. They actually could be worse.
Well, that's true.
I know they were pretty bad last year, and we're hoping just to get them average because the Texans are right. They were 1/2 away from the Super Bowl with a bad secondary last year. So we're assuming, all right, just get average, get better. Mm-hmm. That gets you over the hump. But what if, Terrion Arnold's a rookie and he has rookie struggles, right? Yeah. What if Carlton Davis, who's had some injury history, gets injured? Then you start leaning on Strickland, Doug, the guy that you didn't know had him as an automatic cut, or whoever is back there,
That says more about me than it does him, but that's fine.
But then, you got, of course, so now you got Rakestraw, another rookie. Is Robertson, he's played plenty outside with the Raiders, but you kick him back out. So, I mean, these are unknowns. We're hoping that they're positives.
Okay, I mentioned LeBron before the break, and I think there's probably a number of our listeners that might find themselves in a similar situation. He was asked about this. If LeBron James is on the court in an NBA game and Bronny is on the court at the same time, and LeBron drives to the hole, gets triple teamed, leaving Bronny wide open, and Bronny wants to draw his attention, hey, I'm wide open. Does Bronny say, Dad? Does Bronny call LeBron Dad on the court during an NBA game? Think about that for a second. Does he call him Dad in the locker room? If he's got something to say, does he say, hey, Dad?
I mean, that's your natural instinct.
Of course.
He's been calling him Dad his whole life.
Yep.
Yeah, LeBron's like, we cannot be running down the court and he'd be like, Dad, I'm open. Dad, come on. No, you cannot do that. The stuff he says he can call him is kind of ridiculous, but
well, yeah, and we'll get to that in a second. But
so yeah, working with your dad, you have to actively tell your brain, right?
Well,
Don't call him dad?
This is what I'm getting at, and that's where I say some people out there have either been in this situation or privy to this situation. If you work with your father, do you call him dad? Do you call him dad in the office, or do you call him Mr. Jones or whatever? I'm interested.
Yeah, I mean, I think most people come to mind, they go, well, if my dad is my boss, what if you're your dad's boss? You can't call him.
That's really weird.
You can't call him dad. And that, I mean, you're right.
Yeah. So I thought this was funny. LeBron was asked about it, and I was laughing at whatever his response was, because he was asked about it on the Sports Ship UN podcast. And he said, no, he cannot call me dad. We've talked about it. He's going to call me 2-3 or Bron. And then he kind of said tongue-in-cheek or GOAT or whatever. And I'm like, oh, God, LeBron, you ruined it. You ruined it. But have you ever been a coworker of dad and you weren't comfortable in the work setting calling him dad? Now, I will tell you that my kids, because they know it irritates me, it started when my cousin, Mary Eileen, her daughter Kate, stopped calling her mom, and just to irritate her, didn't call her. I mean, all my life, my cousin Mary Eileen's been Mary Eileen. Mary Eileen's daughter calls her Mary. I think to get under her skin. My kids found it hysterical and started calling me Doug at home. That part is faded, thankfully. But anyway, what do you call your dad at work? And if you work with somebody, a father-son combination, does the son call him dad?
Well, what if you're like working with your buddy and it's his dad that works in the company? Do you say, hey, your dad? Or do you call it, hey, your dad needs to do a better job? Or maybe, hey, John needs to do a better job.
I don't know. I don't know.
What's your dad's name, Doug?
Freddie Frito.
What if I said to you, hey, listen, man, Fred is he's really slowing us down.
248-539-9797. Anyway, I thought this was kind of a funny thing. And LeBron, he almost ruined it. But let's get to your phone calls. We got a Scott. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Scott.
Hey, Doug. Hey, Kang.
What's up?
Well, when I first got out of college, I worked with my father for about 3 or 4 years, and we had the same position, different territories and that, but had the same position. And when you brought this up, I was thinking about it, and I honestly cannot remember if I ever called him by his first name. I think I just called him Pop, and I think I kind of tried to avoid it, but everybody I knew with all the guys on the team, everybody knew he was my father. So that wasn't ever a question. And I think if I would have called him Larry, I think he would have looked at me sideways and might have cuffed me across the back of my head because my desk was right in front of him. But I think it just must have been Pop. But just like you were laughing with LeBron, it's just, I mean, you just used to calling him that forever. So to change it, it just feels weird.
I think it's funny. I think because no matter what they try and lay down these rules and the groundwork and how they're going to do this, I can almost guarantee Bronny's going to call, if they ever get on the court together, which is a whole nother discussion. Will that ever actually happen? But I bet Bronny at some point calls him dad on the court.
Well, how can you not?
I don't know.
Like you said, you've been calling him that your whole life. I mean, in the heat of the moment, some things you just reset to.
Yep. Exactly. And that's under the gun, heat of the moment, pressure's on. Dad!
Well, even then, like, I don't even know where I'll ever get to this point, but they're in a huddle. It's heated. It's a close game. He can't go, Dad! What do you do, right? No, like, you can't, in front of all your other teammates, we're drawing up a play, and he's like, Dad?
Yeah.
Dad who? What?
Yeah. I mean, we all know that Ken Griffey and Ken Griffey Jr. played the outfield at the same time, and we weren't doing the show then, so we didn't have when the ball was hit in between them, did Junior say, Dad, I got it? But that's different. You're probably the only one that hears you is indeed your father. 248-539-9797. We're going to get some of your phone calls and feedback. Tigers, going to bring them up at 12:20 because they have warranted discussion. They have earned it, and we're having fun with this team, aren't we? That's at 12:20 here on 97.1, The Ticket. All right, Doug Karskater out today. It's the Carson Anderson radio program, 248-539-9797. We'll get to some Tiger stuff coming up at 12:20, and I am fired up that we got a baseball team that's earned the spotlight back. And question is, how much have they earned it? And how do you process this team? We did this a little bit yesterday, but we got a very specific question we'll get to today regarding our Tigers at 12:20. Another win again last night, and another example of relatively young players getting the job done. You got Riley Green hitting a home run. You got Jake Rogers, who I guess isn't that young anymore, hitting a home run. You got Kerry Carpenter hitting a home run. So, I mean, the bad news is Torque went 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts. But hell, they pieced together another cobbled-together pitching performance, and they beat the Angels 6-2. And we'll get to that at 12:20. In the meantime, LeBron brought this up, and I thought it was pretty funny. And he kind of ruined it near the end, but he was asked on a podcast, what does Bronny call you on the court? And he said, well, look, we talked about this. And he can call me 2-3. He could call me Bron. He can call me GOAT if he wants to. And I'm like, oh, LeBron. I was on board with this until you dropped that. But anyway, have you ever had to work with your dad? And what did you call him at work? Because it is a funny scenario to think about. Bron taking the ball to the cup, gets triple teamed. Bronny's left wide open. Dad. How do you not call him Dad? Called him Dad your whole life. Is he going to yell 2-3 every single time, or is it going to slip out? Dad! On a switch, or here comes a screen. Dad!
Haven't you played hockey with your son?
I was about to bring it up. I have played hockey with my son.
How's that go?
It is so much fun. I basically was like, I'm going to keep playing because my son says he's going to play when he turns 18, going to play when he turns 18. And he played a couple seasons with us. And on the ice, he called me Dad. And I loved it. I loved it. But this wasn't a big-time professional environment. And everybody on the team knew he was my son. And they knew him most people knew him since he was a little kid. So it felt a little, I think it's a little bit different situation than the Jameses. But all of these are. 248-539-9797. Stacy in Commerce, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Stacy.
Hey, great show. I am the dad. My daughter, very accomplished project manager. When we go to meetings or what have you, we have to set the parameters. It's like, this is my father. I'm going to address him as Dad. And I get in the meetings, other people saying, well, Dad said we can do this. I'm like, so I'm Dad to everybody. We're in an elevator, General Motors, and I say, hey, hon, hit 3. I got daggers from people staring at me like, how dare you call her hon? I'm like, she's my daughter. Her name is Jay. So even her name, Jaye. So even guys when I say, well, where's Jay? Well, she be here. Jay is her.
Right.
So I'm literally in meetings, people would transition into calling me Dad because that's the way we set it up, that I'm no longer John, Stacy. I'm Dad in the meeting. So it's tough. I can call her Jay in a meeting, but she can't call me John. It just will not come out.
Wow. That's funny. That's funny. But, I mean, these are tricky situations, and you almost have to determine what the parameters are going to be. 248-539-9797. John is next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, John.
Hi, how you fellas doing?
Doing good,
anyway,
thank you.
Like Stacy, I'm the father that works with the son.
Yep.
We work at the golf course, and several times we work together. And he calls me JB. His name's Joe, but there's a few Joes over there, so I call him Stu to kind of clarify it. We seem to get along very well.
Is your last name Stewart?
No, my last name's Button, like a shirt.
So why do you call him Stu?
Because there's other Joes there. If I go, hey, Joe, then 3 other guys are answering me.
Yeah, Doug, don't you get it?
My bad.
You're not listening?
Oh, yeah.
No, he's not listening.
I was listening. I just thought. I mean, why did you choose the name Stu? Why did you choose
Because
the
there's
name?
other Joes.
Did you?
It popped into my head when we were out playing golf with another Joe. I said, "Hey, Joe." They both answered, and I said, "Okay, you're Stu."
Yeah, that's the
There was
go-to.
no reason.
Everybody knows
How
that.
bad? I apologize.
Yeah.
My
At the golf
apologies,
course.
John. Please accept my apologies.
Okay. I got a little side story. Another guy I work with at the golf course told me the other day he's really happy that Glenn Campbell is coaching the Lions. And I said, well, he is a Wichita lineman. So
You said Glenn Campbell?
he said Glenn Campbell.
That's funny. We all know it's Matt Campbell. Okay, the story of that is Stu. He just chose Stu. I'm going to call you Stu from now on. Why? Because that guy's also named Joe.
Yeah, only if it's Joe.
I mean, why not choose Clay? Raj? You know?
His answer was because there's other Joes, Doug.
Why did you call him Muhammad? It's the most popular name in the world.
Yeah, read a book. So we went with McLovin.
God, I love that call. Called him Stu. Now we know, by the way. Now we know.
Yeah, if there's more than one Joe in your office, the other guys, someone's got to be Stu.
Someone has to be Stu.
Don't forget the middle name. Forget the last name.
Yep.
No nicknames. It's Stu.
Let's go. It's Stu. All right, things on the agenda today here on the Carson Anderson program. The Detroit Lions roster is set for now. Things are probably going to remain fluid with the bottom 3-4 spots on the team. We're awaiting words on practice squad. We think there's still a roster spot open, so something might be afoot. Another move might be made. Yesterday, I mean, there were a few surprises. Sudfeld getting cut, Hooker being number 2, Tim Patrick being signed off waivers from Denver. Parker Hess makes it as a tight end. Tim Patrick, the wide receiver, 6'4" injury-prone guy, but he's had a couple of good seasons, especially if you're looking for a guy to be a number 3 or number 4 receiver. Tight end, Parker Hess made it over Shane Zylstra and James Mitchell. A lot of carnage on the defensive line. Ukwu, Ugude, Betts, Pecco, Chris Smith, all cut. Many of them probably coming back. No shockers at linebacker. In the defensive backfield, Lawrence Strickland made it. This year, 3 undrafted free agents made it. What worries you still? What surprised you? And who are you most disappointed didn't make the 53 out of camp? Hey, they still might be around, but who did you say, damn it, I wanted him to make it? 248-539-9797. Got a Tigers question we'll throw your direction at 1220 and continue with the open line calls. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, it's Doug for the University of Michigan Credit Union, and they are my new credit union. I joined because UMCU team members, look, I sat down with them, a sweet glass corner office, and had a good meeting with them to learn all about them, and I signed up. They got great leadership there, and they got exciting new news to share with you. They're teaming up with the best, Will Johnson, national champion, cornerback, All-American, chance to be an MVP of the league, and you can be an MVP of checking with the MVP checking account at UMCU. It's an unbeatable offer. MVP checking from the University of Michigan Credit Union gives you a chance to intercept your debt by becoming a member and opening an MVP checking account. You set up your direct deposit, you transfer your existing loans from another financial institution, and bam, just like that, you get 2% off your current interest rate. This is huge because 2% savings can start to add up real quick. Intercept your debt and become a member today. Just visit umcu.org. Some restrictions apply. Visit website for full details. Insured by NCUA. University of Michigan Credit Union, proud partner of Michigan Athletics. Doug Karskater out today. It's the Karsch and Anderson program here on 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. I got to tell you, tomorrow's one of my favorite days on the sports calendar, and it's because that first night where you got multiple college football games going on, I know it's not a great schedule, but hey, man, it's a schedule. It is indeed a schedule, and you can fire up if you got a multiple TV setup, and I will fire it up. And I think there are 3 Big Ten teams playing. I'll be streaming the Central game as they play Central Connecticut. You got Howard at Rutgers. You got North Carolina at Minnesota. And you got Eastern Illinois at Illinois. The North Carolina-Minnesota game might be the best game on the slate tomorrow night. I think Nodak State at Colorado could be interesting. You're talking about an FCS team taking on Dion, but a great FCS team. North Dakota State is pretty much in contention each and every year for that lower tier championship. And look, man, last 2 times they played a high D1, they lost by a field goal to Arizona a couple years back, and they lost to Iowa by 2. It's so funny because I was like, when did they play Iowa? I was like, wasn't that a couple years ago? It was 8 years ago. And they lost to them 23-21, I think was the final. Yeah, back in 2016, Iowa 23, North Dakota State 21. What does that have to do with the here and the now? Actually, not much. But North Dakota State is a 4-year starter quarterback. Colorado can put up points. I like the over in this game. In fact, it's gone up to 60.5. But I think it's going to be an interesting game. And I'll be in the basement. It'll feel like a new, breaking in a new year, and get some Miller's Lights. Have my notes in front of me, and let's go. In the meantime, we got a Tiger topic. They did win again last night. And so however you felt about them yesterday, when we asked what is your state of mind as it pertains to this Tiger team right here, right now. And some of you were like, I'm all in. I'm scoreboard watching. Others are like, hey, this is just fun. And some are like, whatever, dude. Got it? But whatever you felt yesterday, you should feel one game better. In fact, one team better. Because with the Tigers win over the Angels, with the Braves win over the Twins, and with the Rays win over the Mariners, Detroit reeled in another team that was in front of them. They're now 5.5 back, same as Seattle. God, if you ever told me at any point the way this season was going that the Tigers would catch Seattle, I would have said you're crazy. The Tigers bottomed out at 8 games under 500. What was Seattle's peak? I mean, Seattle was a first-place team for much of this year. They got 11 games over, and the Tigers have caught them. That's pretty crazy. So the Minnesota thing is good because that means Detroit's now 5.5 games out of the last wild card. On paper, simply put, this shouldn't be happening. The Tigers are just depleted in terms of starting pitching. Every other game is undecided. Every other game is a guy that's not supposed to be here. And certainly not supposed to be starting. And last night it was Brant Herter. For some reason I kept wanting to call Brian. Is there a Brian Herter out there? Some sports somewhere? So Brant Herter gets the call last night and gets the job done. 5 innings pitched for them. 5 innings pitched. I don't know what AJ was hoping to get out of Herter. And AJ's on the morning show tomorrow, so make sure you tune in. But they used a long ball with 3 home runs, scored 6 runs. Riley Green had a bomb. Kerry Carpenter had a bomb. Jake Rogers had a bomb. Pitching staff got it done. Herter gave up 2. And then Hannafy, Miller, and Foley, as expected, gave him 4 shutout innings. So our question today is very simple. and we've had a bunch of people that have answered this and voted on our Twitter page at DunGator971. In your opinion, vote for one or the other. The Detroit Tigers are in the playoff race. The Detroit Tigers are not in the playoff race. So how are you processing what they're doing? Because, I mean, ultimately, this is a massive measurement of success. Are you in the playoff race? Are you in the playoff race? Now, look, I tend to skew positive, I think. I tend to skew, how could it work out? I tend to be optimistic and hopeful, I think, about most topics. Gator, who's out today, does too. So when I'm watching this stuff, I'm like, could this work out? Because on paper, there's no way in hell this works out. You got a whole bunch of guys that are making major league debuts in recent weeks, and they've won 12 out of 15. They've won 8 of the last 10. They don't have enough starting pitching. But 5.5 out, we got a tweet last night. They are definitely OTG. They are on the graphic. And that means that somebody somewhere, was this the Bally's broadcast? It might have been, no. Who is this? This is the Cleveland, Kansas City game. My apologies. Thank you, Donnie Smith 34 on Twitter.
Way to go, Donnie.
Donnie comes through for us. He's got Cleveland, Kansas City on. And they've got...
That's right.
Yeah. Who didn't?
Yeah.
As one does.
Mm-hmm.
And the AL wildcard standings come up. And it's got the 3 teams that are in. Baltimore is 3.5 games up on Minnesota. Kansas City's 1.5 games up on Minnesota. And Minnesota is holding on to the last wildcard spot. And then the graphic states Boston, 5 games back. Seattle, 5.5 games back. Detroit, 6.5 games back. That's the graphic.
That's out-of-town OTG, my friend.
Oh, you're not just...
Yeah, right?
This isn't home broadcast OTG.
No.
This is out-of-town OTG.
Out-of-town OTG is something different. That's they're not trying. They don't care about the Detroit crowd, audience.
Hey, let's appease the home.
No, that's what something here. Bally Sports Detroit here. I get that, okay?
Yep.
No. On the graphic out-of-town, is this real? And so when you ask the question, are they in a playoff race? I say, are they in a playoff race? That's my answer.
That is the greatest non-answer ever.
Are they? I mean, honestly, if the Tigers were somehow win the wild card, this would be about as likely as Malachi Flynn scoring 50 points. Like, completely out of the blue. Like, what? Yeah. What? Is this real?
Great comparison.
Seriously, I can't even... This wasn't on anyone's radar at all. At all.
No.
Their pitchers to be determined every day almost. And am I to the point, Doug, where we're going to be like, is Casey Mize going to be here for a playoff run?
Yeah, they got to get him healthy.
Yes.
I mean, the morning show's brought it up the last 2 mornings. Like, if you're going to embrace this, do you say F it and call up Jackson Jobe to get him on the playoff roster? And my answer is... Malachi Flynn scored 50 points for the Pistons in an NBA game. We should lean into the MJM part of this. The maybe, just maybe. Are you kidding me? Out of town graphic has the Tigers in the wild card hunt. I think I'm going to do something tonight just for S's and G's. I'm going to flip on MLB Network during all their pregame coverage and see if they bring up the Tigers. If we're starting to get mention on MLB Network. And the late, great Jamie Samuelson used to make this great comparison about high-pitched voices. When something's happening that you really don't believe in, you find it hard to believe, in fact, where you go high-pitched voice and ask a question. You know, this Tiger team, I guess that's not really a question, but there's a question mark at the end of that statement. high pitched voice. You know this Tiger team. You know these Tigers. You know it's open ended. That's ... You don't have to say anything after that. They didn't want to sign veterans because they didn't want to block the youth. The youth shows up, and it's got to scream, why didn't you call the youth up earlier? I'm not mad at them. They brought the youth up, and the youth are playing. This is so much better than doing it with Mark Canha and Gino Urshela. With all respect due to those guys. They're doing it with Colt Keith and Trey Sweeney. Ryan Kreidler's back up. They're doing it with Chase Young and Dylan Dingler. Torque is returned. Parker Meadows is a completely different dude. And probably one of the most encouraging developments. And if the only thing that comes out of this is they create excitement for next year, that's a win. The next thing is they create excitement and make the team get a little bit more aggressive to fill in the gaps to make sure a year from now they're competing. That's awesome. In fact, that's probably the most realistic thing we can ask for. And yet, are they in a playoff race? People have voted. We'll tell you what the results are, and we want your phone calls. In your opinion, are the Tigers in a playoff race? They caught Seattle last night, 5.5 behind Minnesota, the last wild card spot. They're on an out-of-town graphic, and they have the third easiest schedule in baseball the rest of the way, which I always find great when people dismiss what happened in Chicago. Yeah, they're a bad team. And you know who's playing bad teams the rest of the way? The Tigers are. 248-539-9797. We'll talk to the fans, and we'll tell you where the voting's at. It's interesting, and it's close. We'll get to that at 12:32 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. All right, so love getting the feeling of what the fans are feeling today. Like, how am I? Because sometimes when you're in the media, you get a little bit disconnected, and so I want to know how the fans are feeling. We're at over 740 votes. Are the Tigers in a playoff race? Are the Tigers not in a playoff race? Go to our Twitter page at DunGator971. You can vote there. Right now, the voting's 55.5% to 44.5%. In a playoff race, 44.5%. Not in a playoff race, 55.5%. Here are some of the responses. Ghost Malone 90 says, on the graphic, boys. Patrick says, not in it for now, but let's revisit it after the Boston series. Nathaniel says, they're in it until they're out. Red Ranger would be in the playoffs comfortably if Scott and Chris spent some money, but I'll start to believe there's a real chance once we're 2.5 games back. You know what's funny? If they make the playoffs, Scott Harris is going to be MLB Executive of the Year, A.J. Hinch is going to be Manager of the Year, and Tarek Skubal is going to win the Cy Young.
Skubal should win the Cy Young anyways, but yes, the other two, I mean.
Everybody's going to be like, how the hell did that? I mean, Al Avila might get votes for Executive. Let's go to Bernard. You're on 97.1 to take it. What's up, Bernard?
Hey, what's happening? I'm driving around the Motor City.
Yeah.
Got a question. Are you familiar with the Michael Frank song, Love is Just Like Baseball?
I'm not.
Oh, man, you got to look it up. It's a great song. But look, I want to say this because I've been watching the Tigers all year.
Mm-hmm.
Skubal, without a doubt, he's the hottest thing on the Tigers. And when we traded Flaherty, it kind of deflated the spirit of the team because at one point we were, coming up. But Hinch did one of the best things in baseball, I have to say, I've honestly seen, when he got the pitching staff to buy in by committee. These guys believe in it so much that it's catching fire. So it doesn't matter if you bring a AAA player up like a Madden and a young man last night and put the ball in their hands, because everybody believes that when I get the ball in my hand, I can do it. And it's just like hitting. Baez is out of the picture now. Hitting is contagious. Pitching is contagious. You get a Baez out of the lineup, then you get guys to come back, like it or not, Torkelson is hitting the ball. He's hitting the ball. Everybody's hitting the ball because it becomes contagious. So, yes, the Detroit Tigers are in a playoff contention race. It's based on what they do. It's based on what they do.
So you know what's funny about all this is that A.J. Hinch is on the morning show tomorrow. I suspect it's at 8 o'clock. It usually is. And A.J. would laugh at the idea that we're even asking this because those guys that are involved, they absolutely believe they're in a playoff spot. And look, there's going to be a time in the future where all these young players, the ones that survive it, Bernard, the ones that are around 4, 5, 6 years from now are probably going to look back fondly on the July, August, September of their rookie years. And they're going to think, wow, we were a bunch of naive kids that didn't know what we shouldn't be doing. Because they shouldn't be doing this. When they sold and they got some players hurt and they started calling up the Monteros of the world, all of that is a formula to plummet like a rock. I mean, all of the midseason activity, Casey Mize goes down, Reese Olson goes down, Kerry Carpenter goes down, they trade Flaherty, they move other guys. Everything says, okay, season's over. This team will drop like a rock. They're 5.5 games out of a playoff spot. Now, you ask me to be 100% truthful, which I usually am. I don't think they're making the playoffs. I think this is fun to talk about. But as Kang said, are they in a playoff chase?
So the thing is, yeah, you expect the bottom to fall out because of all, they sold at the trade deadline. They're playing guys that, young guys just trying to develop them, right?
Mm-hmm.
But they also are playing a weaker schedule. And the difference between, I think, the Tigers being a quote-unquote bad team to the other teams they're playing is these guys are playing for something. A lot of times when you're on a bad team, there's nothing to play for. It's hard to get it up every day to, have put out the same effort, and just knowing that you're not going to make the playoffs is a different attitude. I think with the Tigers' young players is they're playing for something. They're playing not just to win, but to get better, develop. And maybe that's why they're beating up on these bad teams. And I know they're bad teams. The White Sox are historically bad. The Angels are not a good team. But so what? They might not be playing for anything, but I feel like the Tigers' young players, they're playing for something.
Yeah. Yep. 248-539-9797. Dan is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Dan.
Hey, guys. How we doing?
Doing great.
Good. So a couple things on the Tigers. Again, I'm kind of on the of the opinion that, you're not out until you're out. And mathematically, you're still in the picture. You're still in the picture. And, let's face it, these guys have had a very roller coaster like season with a lot of downs. And these guys, a lot of them are new players, either come up through the minors that we've developed in our organization, or the guys that we got out of the Flaherty trade. I knew nothing about Sweeney. I knew nothing about the catcher that I think is still in the minors. But Trey Sweeney's like quietly swinging a good bat, and he's contributing. And Kerry Carpenter comes back and he's crushing the ball again, just like he never left. Torkelson, you don't think Torkelson has not a chip on his shoulder, but, something to prove. The fact that he got sent down and people want to write him off. I was never one of them, because it's the hardest thing to do in sports is to hit a baseball. And he's the 1-1 and all this, but players go through slumps, and I think the organization did the right thing by sending him down, letting him figure it out, and he's coming back, and he's starting to slowly kind of look like his old self. And why not? At least we're having this conversation on August 28th. We haven't had this conversation in years. And as a fan, as a lifelong Tiger fan, as a 35-year-old who watched all the success in the early 2010s, this is cool that it's even being talked about again. And I'm watching the games. I stayed up late last night and waited for the rain to roll through and watched the entire game. And it was fun. It was a scrappy game. They went down early and clawed their way back, and they got a gritty win. These late inning relievers are like, it's pretty cool to watch them. I don't know half of their names, but I'm watching them.
Their name's Stu.
Yeah, just go with Stu.
Just call him Stu.
That's the go-to.
Dan, I hear you.
Around the plate, the dude had a good slider, that Hannafy or whatever. He was throwing some nasty sliders up there, and they all had good control. And the whole pitcher by committee is like kind of a new concept in the game. I mean, newer, right? And that would be my only kind of like doubt or question mark, would be like, can they sustain this like pitcher by committee thing?
I mean, it's hard to
for
imagine.
the next 6 weeks.
It's really hard to imagine that they can sustain it. But, they're playing at a level that is way over their heads. The thing is, how much longer do you have to play this way to actually catch Minnesota? Because once you catch them, if you can catch them, then you don't have to keep playing 800 baseball. All you have to do is play one game better than Minnesota. But, I mean, picking up 5.5 games is hard to do. You have to continue playing white-hot baseball for another couple weeks minimum. So, hey, man, it's fun. I said I thought they were one series away from being in a playoff race. And what I meant by that is if they gained a couple games on the Twins while the Angels were in town, then I'd say they were in the playoff race. Well, they gained one game on the Twins. So if they take the next two and the Twins split the next two, there it is. There's your 2 games. Or if the Tigers win one and the Twins lose them both, there it is. There's your extra game to get you to 4.5 back. And then, I mean, I think by definition, if you enter September 4.5 games back, you're well onto the graphic, in-town and out-of-town graphics. You're probably making network graphics. And it's not because they get paid to put more teams on their graphics. 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. Tiger fans, are you in a playoff chase? Are you in a playoff chase? 97.1, The Ticket. feedback to the Carson Anderson inbox. Mark Smith tweets us, they're hoping to make it. They're going in the right direction. Well, yes, I'm sure they are hoping to make it, and they definitely are going in the right direction. Tom tweets us, if we get 3 back with 15 to go, I'll be dialed in. Then I'll call it a playoff chase. Travis, I mean this sincerely. This is nice to see. It really is. But they are not in contention for a wild card. The teams ahead of them would have to virtually collapse. Well, I mean, Seattle was 11 games over. Detroit has caught them. Detroit was 8 games under. They've caught them.
Yeah, the Tigers are going to need some help, and that's part of the miracle playoff run here. Like other teams, you want to call it collapse or whatever, but yeah, they're going to have to lose as well as the Tigers continuing these somehow winning ways.
Yeah. I mean, Boston had lost 4 in a row, won a game last night. They pulled out of it. 248-539-9797. Alan sends us a ticket text. They are not in a playoff race. They still have too many games against quality teams, Boston, Tampa, San Diego. They have won a lot of games recently against bad teams, the Cubs and White Sox in particular, and, of course, the Angels. Alan, by winning percentage, they have, out of 30 teams, the 28th toughest schedule the rest of the way. So, yes, they are playing some good teams, but not as many as the teams in front of them. Not as many as the teams in front of them. So, that's part of this whole thing. Let's see here. Now Oakland's schedule's now easier than Detroit's. They drop behind them. So you got to catch Minnesota. Minnesota's schedule is the 16th toughest the rest of the way. You got to catch Boston. They're the 17th toughest. Detroit has the 27th toughest. So those teams play a more difficult schedule the rest of the way. You're right. They're going to need help. But maybe that fact helps. Robert, you're next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Robert?
I have a lot of optimism. I don't know why people don't think we can do it. We're playing teams like Colorado, Oakland, Chicago White Sox, all with losing records. We're on an 8-2 in the past 10 games, and Minnesota and Cleveland have won only 30% of their last 10 games. If we only win 75% of our games the rest of the year, we have 22 wins to their 15. And Boston, I think we're going to get 2 out of 3 this weekend. I'm an optimist, and my brother probably always tells me that I'm, not on the right side of these things. But I'll tell you, if we squeak into, or when we squeak into the playoffs, I actually feel better about this Tigers team than the 2006 or 2012 teams. And I know it's crazy, but sometimes
that is crazy.
You don't win.
Hey, I like it, Robert, but I think you're absolutely crazy.
Well, I know I'm crazy, but you know what? How many times does a team win that squeaks into a wild card, and why couldn't it be the Tigers?
So, I mean, it certainly could be. We have an example of this happening in sports. The St. Louis Blues team that went from the worst record in the NHL in January to winning the Stanley Cup. And those stories are the exception, right? They're not the rule. I would love to go back in the timeline of that season and see when the Blues, what was the tipping point for the fans where they were like, I believe. At what point in that season did fans go, oh my God, this team might make the playoffs?
Yeah, I mean, he's talking about winning the championship if you just get in. We're talking about just trying to get in. Yep. Forget the championship talk. I think it's a dream just to get in, but the fact that we're here and we're talking about potentially being in a wild card chase, a playoff race, that's more than I could have dreamed of a month ago.
Feedback, Mike at U of M on Twitch. It would really help to get Reese Olson back. I know it doesn't look likely to happen soon, but who knows? Even this run has seemed fantastical. Thug Aim on Twitch. Max Clark, September call-up is my bold-ass prediction. Well, that would be something. Here's an interesting one, and it made me go check. This is from an unnamed texter. Writes him, when I go to FanDuel, I can't bet the Tigers to make the playoffs. That means they are out of the playoff race. What's funny is you can bet the Mariners to make the playoffs.
You can?
Yeah. The Mariners, who've got the same record as the Tigers, you can bet them, but you can't bet the Tigers. You know what that tells me? Vegas can't handle our Tigers. They don't know what to do with them. Actually,
they're asking themselves, are they in a playoff race? The odds makers are saying the same thing we are.
That's right.
Do we put them on the board?
I mean, did they walk into the office and go, did they have this discussion a couple days ago? Did we do it now? Let's wait a couple days. They walk in the next day. How about now? Let's keep waiting. Maybe if they get one more game. Okay, they caught Seattle, guys. Did we do it now? I don't know what to do with them. I don't know what to do with this Tiger team. Hey, man, I would say for the last probably 10 days, I think every single Tiger game has been on our TV. Now, I haven't sat down and watched them, but I will put on the Tiger game, get stuff done around the house, doing show prep for the next day, and sometimes the Tigers play itself warrants this discussion. And now I think it's one of those times. Now is one of those times. Keeler writes us via Twitter, this level of success is not sustainable. I'm happy to see them doing well, but there's no chance they keep up this pace. Water will find its level. Dan says, I don't care much about the playoff race. I enjoy watching Skubal pitch, seeing the youngsters play, and not having to watch Baez strike out swinging a ball a foot outside the plate with runners on base. Ty wants another option. He wants to vote for C, not really in the playoff race, but playing competitive baseball for the young guys to build some confidence and grow. David, it's good to see them playing better, fun to watch, but too many teams to pass. They have to pass 2 teams. Well, 3 teams, I guess, to get in. They have to pass 2 teams, and then there's no impediments between them and Minnesota. And they play one of those teams this weekend in Boston. Actually, yeah, they just have to pass. I mean, they're tied with Seattle. I stand corrected. Once they pass Boston Sunday, they'll just be looking up at Minnesota. That's why I continue to say I thought they were 1 series away before I'd buy in. These next 2 days could convince me that they are in a playoff race. Get the number under 3. I'll start to buy in. That's from an unnamed texter. Also from Twitter, I will shoot the boot if the Detroit Tigers make the playoffs in 2024. Ain't no way this backfires on me. That's from Ray on Twitter. Yeah, you know what? You'll gladly shoot the boot. This is brilliant, Raymond. Drink the beer out of a shoe? Nick says, and this is funny on Twitter, first half, arguably the most boring Tiger team I've ever watched. Second half, can't get enough of this team. You know, you spend the bulk of the season when people are paying the majority of their attention, their local sports attention goes to the Tigers, right? They probably got you the first couple of months. When you get to the trade deadline and guys are falling off like flies in terms of injuries, you're trading away Jack Flaherty. All that evidence says stop paying attention. And now, as Nick put it, he can't get enough of this team. What the hell's going on around here? Who are these guys? Evan, the Tigers are definitely in the race now. They just need to play above average baseball from here on out, and they will easily have a shot at the last wild card spot. I think the Tigers are scaring the other teams. From Groobs, I say no because they have no starting pitching rotation stability. It's Skubal, Montero, and a bunch of guys right now. This current run they're on seems unsustainable.
They need a pitcher like Jack Flaherty. If we can only get one.
Well, I mean, that Jackson Jobe thing, it's funny.
I'm telling you, they get within striking distance. We are going to be talking about getting Casey Mize healthy.
Yeah.
You know? Like legitimately, like not just because we want him healthy, but like to help make a playoff run,
I know,
push.
it's crazy. 248-539-9797. Okay. The whole Guardian cap thing got us to thinking and talking about something here in the office. If you don't know what the Guardian caps are, we'll get to that today. At 102, talk some college football at 1:30. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket. Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 A Ticket. Open lines 248-539-9797. Just saw Dan Dickerson out there. Dan Dickerson's here recording some commercial spots. First of all, great dude. We're blessed with awesome play-by-play guys in the city of Detroit. But also, he's like, this is exciting. This is really exciting. So it's much cooler for them to be calling a team that is got interesting players, young players, performing young players. And now here they sit, 5.5 games out. Whatever you felt yesterday when we asked what's your mindset, what's your state of mind, your state of mind with the Tigers. Whatever it was yesterday, today it's one game better, right? It's one game better. Now, all it takes is a typical baseball losing streak, which can always be right around the corner in this sport. But they now have a team where it doesn't feel like they're conceding anything. Like they're showing up and trying to win. You think it's easier for them to show up at the ballpark with a 5.5 in the game's back column? You think it's easier for them to prepare? I mean, I know all these young guys are trying to establish themselves. But when you show up at the ballpark and you have in the context of a team that's on the brink of a playoff race, that might be one series away, might be a week away. Maybe this is as good as it gets. But I think we're going to look back years from now and say, these kids didn't know what they were doing.
Well, do you think they even talk about it in the clubhouse? How far they are back, playoffs, wild card, does that word even come up?
It's a great question for AJ tomorrow morning.
Yeah, they're going to ask him tomorrow.
Costa's buzzing around here. Make sure you tell him to ask that question. Do you guys talk about this? All right, feedback coming in. We're talking about disappointing players that were released from the Lions. To me, it's Tom Kennedy. He was the biggest disappointment being released. I don't think he's ever really gotten a chance. There must be a reason they keep him around all these years. They kept Raymond. He's 5'8", 180, and Kennedy's 5'10", 195. So I don't think size was the issue. Who knows? Maybe they'll bring him back on his yearly practice squad signing. They probably will, and I think you answered your own question. Khalif Raymond's better. They got a guy that's a little bit better than Tom Kennedy.
I think he's probably a lot better than Tom Kennedy.
Probably, yeah.
And then
all he needs to be though is a little bit better, and Tom Kennedy gets released.
Yeah. But Tom Kennedy, the size hurts him if he's trying to play a position or make the team at a spot where they need size.
Yep.
And that's where it hurts him. So he's competing against Khalif Raymond. He's going to lose that battle.
Signing undrafted free agent Isaiah Williams after the draft didn't help Tom Kennedy's
That hurt. That hurt.
I'm really upset that Gilmore didn't make it over Kindle Vildor at cornerback. I've seen enough of Kindle Vildor to last me a lifetime. It seems like they punished Josh Reynolds by not bringing him back for the drops, but they bring back Vildor, who made just as much, if not more, costly mistakes. That's from Marlin and White Lake.
That's an interesting text, Doug. So we all know Josh Reynolds didn't leave on the best of terms as far as the fans' point of view because of what happened, the drops in the title game, the NFC title game.
Yep.
Vildor was part of those fluke plays as well. Why do you think Vildor never really gets mentioned in the same light as Reynolds?
We mentioned him a lot, but you're right.
But people, I think because they don't blame Vildor for that play, right? He's trying to make a play. It bounced off his face mask. And Ayuk actually made a spectacular play to catch the ball.
I think you instinctively expect, we as fans, you expect every wide receiver to catch everything they could catch. And the idea that there was one drop is bad enough, but there were two. That one was directly a turnover, the other was essentially a turnover. I want to relive that again. 248-539-9797. All right, you brought this up in a show sheet a couple days ago, getting ready for the program. The Guardian caps. There are some players that are wearing them in games. We saw Steelers offensive lineman James Daniels wear one in that game against the Lions on Saturday. Jonathan Taylor is probably the biggest name player that's wearing one in games. Offensive, defensive linemen, tight ends, linebackers. A couple years ago, they were required to wear them during preseason practice. Then they updated the mandate to basically everybody but quarterbacks and wide receivers. And they mandated they use them in regular season practice now. And actually now defensive backs and wide receivers were added to the position groups this season. Quarterbacks, punters, and kickers have the option. Everybody else is mandated they wear them in practice. So the question is, and they are considered to reduce the impact by 33%, we'll probably see some players wear them in games. And teams they look oversized. They look a little goofy. Sometimes they fly off. But Baltimore Ravens wide receiver Rashad Bateman had a quote, "It messes up everyone's swag on the field. You'll never see me wearing that in a game." As many of us are former athletes of one time or another, did you ever wear anything that, quote, messed with your swag, but you didn't care? I'll give you an example. When I was a kid playing basketball, football, and soccer, I wore glasses. Do you know how little people respected me showing up playing basketball with glasses on?
Like just regular prescription glasses.
Regular prescription glasses. I always wanted to get the Kurt Rambis glasses.
The goggles?
The goggles. But family never made that investment because there wasn't a whole lot to invest in. It wasn't like they were saying, this kid could go big time if we get him the goggles. But I wore glasses. Otherwise, I couldn't see. And probably the sport that I was the best in was actually soccer goalie. You kind of need to be able to see. Judging the ball in the air without my glasses, difficult. So anyway, have you ever had a piece of equipment that messed with your swag? 248-539-9797.
Someone should tell Bateman that CTE messes with your swag as well. But no, I get what he's trying to say, though. I mean, a lot of times with players, everybody look good, feel good, play good, right?
Yep.
For me, Doug, I'm nearsighted, and I've been able to get away with it pretty much my whole athletic career.
Yep.
But I was asked to play in a flag football league recently. Later, this is after high school. And they needed a quarterback. They knew I could throw the ball. So hey, you want to play quarterback for our flag football team? Sure. All right, I'll give it a shot. I'd never tried this before. It was really fun. It was full contact at the line. So we actually had offensive linemen and defensive linemen going at it, trying to, get to the quarterback. But here's the thing. I'm like, okay, I can get away with this. And then as the receivers start going further and further down the field, I was like, I don't know who's who. You're right. Because it's you wear not uniforms, but everyone's got a jersey or a color that you wear, but still it gets kind of sketch-magetch once they get down past 20, 35 yards.
Yep.
And so I was like, all right, I'm going to try throwing on the glasses. I had the same thing as you, Doug. I just threw on regular prescription glasses. Nothing to hold them on to my head, no goggles, anything like that. Not good, man. Not good when you're running around. It's
weird how you need them, and I swear to God, people thought way less of me.
Oh, of course. They're like, dude,
you can't play.
Are you doing taxes? Or are you playing sports? Right?
Yeah, maybe there was some validity to it. This guy can't possibly take the sport seriously enough that he doesn't have goggles or get contacts. 248-539-9797. My glasses were my guardian cap. Lions just made a waiver claim. It's a somewhat familiar name. We will get to that today at 1:18 here on Karsch and Anderson. Open lines, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, we all know, unfortunately, what's right around the corner, and that's tough winter driving on the Michigan roads. Hey, it's Doug Karsch here. I know how tough our roads can be. If you've been in an accident, you need someone who's got your back. And that's where my friend Steve and his team at Michigan Auto Law come in. If someone in my family needs help, I'm connecting with the team at Michigan Auto Law. They specialize in auto and truck accidents. And that is what you want from your attorney, right? You wouldn't go to a doctor who specializes in all sorts of medicine. So why would you do that with your lawyer? Specialization matters. They care more, so you win more. Michigan Auto Law. Auto accident attorneys. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Talking about the Guardian caps. Rashad Bateman's quote, they mess with your swag. I mean, you don't care about swag when you're in 8th grade and you're wearing glasses to the JV basketball game in middle school. What is the thing that you wore that totally messed with your swag, but you did it anyway? I mentioned before the break the Lions made a waiver claim. Trevor Nowaski, the linebacker from Saginaw Valley State. He is back. Went to Plymouth Salem High School, Saginaw Valley. Signed with an undrafted free agent with the Lions last year. Got waived, picked up by Arizona. Lions just got him back. It's a dude they like. So there you go. Let you know any more news. We said we'd keep you up to date. It's not earth-shattering, but hey, it's a local guy coming back. So there's that. 248-539-9797. We got a Paul in Ann Arbor here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Paul.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
It's going great.
So, yeah, when I was in high school, I was an elite-level gymnast, and as many gymnasts have, I had some pretty bad back problems, and that gave me a pretty big back brace that I had to wear. And, I mean, no, I'd hate to say, but I think that definitely did mess with my swag in high school for sure, but as I've gotten older and I look at different various activities that I got, whether I got an elbow pain or a knee pain, I mean, I almost feel cooler to have something that doesn't hurt me on. You know, if I'm playing golf and I've got to put a little compression sleeve on, I mean, what's it to you? I'm playing better because I got the sleeve on. So, I mean, I think you said it best earlier. You're like, CTE also messes with your swag, you know. So yeah, that's where I'm at. But definitely in the high school and whatnot, you definitely get that little bit of embarrassment. But,
Sure.
you know, in the grand scheme of things, you got to wear what's going to make you feel and play best. So that's my 2 cents.
Yeah, appreciate it. The feedback coming in. I don't wear a cup for that same reason. Messes with my swag, Tony in Rochester. Doug, I never wore a cup in hockey. Messed up my swag. Proud father of one. So no big deal. That's from Scott. I wear a helmet when I ride my bike. Total swag ruiner. Signed, Doug in the studio. All right.
Does it depend on what kind of helmet, Doug?
I challenge any one of you to head out to the DTE Trail north of Chelsea, go to Brighton State Park, or any of the mountain bike trails around here, and see if anybody's not wearing a helmet. Damn it! I golf quite a bit. I actually started wearing one of those big bucket hats when it's really hot and sunny out. I'm sure it's not the best look. That's from Greg and McComb. Jimmy writes in, playing hockey growing up, it was mandatory to wear a neck protector, but even in high school, it was optional. But now as an adult with a minimum amount of wisdom, I wear it every time I play. Adds absolutely no swag, but could save your life. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Ryan in West Bloomfield. Hi, Ryan.
Hello, am I there?
Yep, you are, Ryan. Go ahead.
The Guardian caps there. I want to say, I play high school football myself.
Okay, Ryan, you're breaking up pretty bad. I'm going to put you on hold, and we're going to try and circle back to you, but you got a bad cell. Natalie, you're next here on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Natalie.
Hi.
What's up?
So I was a pretty damn good softball player, played varsity all 4 years, and played, in college, like intramural, and then played co-ed when I was out of school. But I did get a concussion one year playing co-ed slow pitch. A guy tried to throw me out at second while I was running, hit me right in the head, knocked me out cold. So I was in the hospital for the weekend, actually, and with a swollen brain and all that good stuff. But I continued to play, but I bought a helmet and wore a helmet in slow pitch co-ed softball, and I felt like such a dork every time I went up to bat, but I didn't want another concussion.
Did people ask you about it?
They do. They kind of look at me, like give me one of those looks, and then later I'm like, dude, I've had a concussion. That's why.
That'll
and then
do
I
it.
just leave it. I just leave it at that. Short and sweet.
That's all it takes. Yeah. Good for you. Good for you.
Thanks.
I'm all about normalizing helmet use.
Yeah, good for her. Honestly, man, she's been there. She knows what it's like. She spent the weekend in the hospital, with the swollen brain. It's nothing she want to experience again.
Oh, that would suck. Do we have another? player signing back with Detroit?
Yeah, the Lions. We have some Lions news according to Adam Schefter. You know who he is, Doug?
Yes.
Defensive end Mitch Agude is signing back with the Lions practice squad.
I'm glad he made it through waivers. This was a guy that, I probably read too much into him leading the chant of the defensive line as they made their way out of the locker room the other day. But I'm like, how does an undrafted rookie, how is he doing that? And good to see him back. Is he a rookie or was he a second-year player?
Well, now he can lead the practice squad chants.
Yeah, I guess so. I know he's from Miami, and he was undrafted last year. Played with the Dolphins last year, so he wasn't a rookie. My bad. I thought something was wrong with that. Here's another one. And look, we've all got this, some more than others. A player that you really wanted the Lions to take. And one of the first cut from his class, Lewis Cine out of Georgia, was cut by the Vikings yesterday. He is signing with the New York Jets. Was that 2 years in the league before he got cut? Am I right on that?
He was a 2022 draft, I believe.
Okay, so we played the 2022-2023 season. I mean, when a first-round pick gets cut 2 years after they get selected, I mean, there's almost no other way to look at that. That is, that's bust stuff. I mean, that's a wasted pick.
Yeah, that was the year, I believe, Jameson Williams was drafted when the Lions traded up for him. Because before they traded up for him, I was thinking about Lewis Cine. You were, he was a name that was definitely brought up for the Lions.
And then we brought him up a lot. That was the year the Lions had the pick at 2, the pick at 32, and the pick at 34, right?
Yeah.
They traded 32 and 34 for Minnesota's pick and took Jameson.
Mm-hmm.
And at 32, Minnesota took Lewis Cine.
Yep.
Who did they take at 34?
34 was it went to Green Bay.
Oh, they traded out of 34 as well?
Christian Watson.
Okay. That's really interesting. So the Lions went in to that draft with picks that were used on Aiden Hutchinson out of Michigan, Lewis Cine out of Georgia, and Christian Watson out of Nodak State, who we talked about, and we'll get into a little bit with the blitz thingy coming up. But, yeah, so Minnesota traded out of that. What did they get when that whole thing was said and done? Because, I mean, Christian Watson would be a useful player. They trade back for 2 second-round selections, 53 and 59, and they traded out of 53.
Kept 59.
Did they move up at 53? This is getting really confusing. I was trying to see if Minnesota made out better than Detroit in this deal, but they kept trading the picks. So
yeah, they kept trading it. And then in Minnesota, their other second-round pick with 42 overall, which where they might have moved back up, was cornerback Andrew Booth.
Okay. Yeah, I think Brad Holmes in that entire exchange was the winner. But, hey, I would have been a loser, too, because I liked Lewis Cine.
Well, he might have been a player if it wasn't for that injury so early.
Might have been a player here in Detroit. I need to tap the brakes. It's not like guys have come here and excelled in the secondary. They might be now, but it took a minute. So, you know the one thing, one of the texters sent with the signing of Tim Patrick, wide receiver, some texter said, Brad Holmes has sent a message, if you're an injured player looking to resurrect your career, come to Detroit. I don't see it that way. It's not like if you're a pitcher looking to resurrect your career, come to Detroit. I think that's a real thing. I don't think it applies to injuries as well. I don't think we're going to be the, wayward home for injured players. It just so happens that Brad Holmes, and I'm sure they've got medicals on guys that gives them a reason why they take these chances.
I think it just doesn't scare Brad Holmes. I mean, when you look at it, really, it's hard to find players that play all 17 games in a year.
Yep.
You're going to get dinged up here and there. I think it's more this out for season type injuries I would worry about. But like I said, I don't think it scares Brad Holmes. I think he looks at you and says, are you healthy right now?
Mm-hmm.
And we'll move forward from there, right?
Yeah, I think so. And the other part of that is I think they probably like players that persevere. And in this case, this is a twice injured wide receiver who checks a lot of boxes of what they're looking for. We'll see. I mean, it's probably super low risk in terms of financial commitment. Okay, so coming up, we'll talk some college football. Just a reminder, you can stream the show anywhere using the Odyssey app. Download for your mobile device today, AUDACY. Also streaming through our website, 971theticket.com, where the Birch Kid and Evan are responsible for all the great content. Champ and Chump are posted there. You can stream with video and watch on Twitch. Go to twitch.tv, search up 971 The Ticket, participate in the streaming chat. Also, streaming on YouTube. Go to youtube.com. Same thing. Fire it up there, and we got some commentary going on there as well if you want to watch the show. It's Carson Anderson. Gators out today. We swing around the country and preview the weekend of college football next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Twin Peaks has some sad news. It's the last week for their Tequila and Cerveza red lingerie costume parties, but you won't be sad too long. Next week, they'll be back in the black lingerie for Bourbons and Brews. Enjoy the red one last time tonight as they're sampling their best draft beers and bottles along with high-end and special tequilas. Twin Peaks girls are ready to cure your midweek blues. This week, they're celebrating Casamigos, sampling their awesome pool party margarita. Samplings take place from 5 to 7, so get in early and see what the hottest night of the week is all about. You're really going to want to cure those midweek blues with an awesome night at Twin Peaks. There isn't a better bar in the state to enjoy all the action, and the best part, the most beautiful Twin Peaks girls serve up scratch food, craft cocktails, and that teeth-chattering 29-degree draft beer that you've come to love. Come see why Twin Peaks throw the hottest party in town, especially on game days. We're getting close to the start of football season. If you haven't set up your fantasy football draft party, look no further than Twin Peaks. Call today and find out more about the awesome perks for commissioners and league members. TwinPeaksRestaurant.com for locations and number. You won't want to book anywhere else. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. funny. We spent a lot of the day talking about the Tigers, and the voting's gone final. And I believe it was CBS Sports put out a list. Which bad 2024 MLB team has the best chance of being good in 2025? Ranking the contenders to turn it around. Tier 1, not likely. The White Sox at 9, the Marlins at 8, the A's at 7. Tier 2, not likely, but they'll probably try. The Angels at 6, the Rockies at 5, the Blue Jays at 4. Tier 3, the actual bad teams that will be contenders next year. The Pirates at 2, the Washington Nationals at 1, and how about this? The Texas Rangers. The Pirates are 2, the Nationals. Pirates are 3, Nationals are 2, and the Texas Rangers are 1. You know what that means? CBS Sports doesn't think the Tigers are a bad team. And the final votes here on are the Tigers in a playoff race. And Kang, I was thinking we may do this tomorrow. If the Tigers gain another game, just to see how much of a difference one day can make. But if they get to 4.5 tomorrow, it'll be interesting to see if we tip 50%. In a playoff race today, Tiger fans, 45.8% of you think that the Tigers are in a playoff race. And 54.2% do not believe that the Tigers are yet in a playoff race.
Well, obviously, if they win and they gain a game, more people are gonna vote like, yeah, they are in a playoff race. The question is how many more, right? What kind percentage can we get just by one game?
Yep.
One game. Over 50%? Is that what you would think?
I think you get over 50 if they draw another game closer. Go Braves. Go Braves and go Tigers. And you know what's so weird? I've noticed this trend because I'm watching the games and I care. I basically don't even look at who the starting pitcher is anymore. Like I kind of know when the Skubal starts, or isn't it about time Skubal starts again? Other than that, it's like the Tigers are just parading out some guy and cobbling as best as could possibly be cobbled. Skubal goes Friday, by the way. Job goes Saturday. No, I joke.
Don't joke, man.
I shouldn't joke.
That could be real.
At this hour, the Pittsburgh Steelers have named Russell Wilson their starting quarterback.
You surprised at all?
Nope.
Why not? Because you never thought Justin Fields was good?
I thought that unless Fields was way better, they would give the guy near the end of his career the crack at it first. I would not write this in pen.
Oh, yeah. This is not like Russell Wilson starting the entire season for the Steelers.
Yep.
Not at all.
Are you surprised?
No, not really. I think Russell... I just can't believe Russell got this bad this fast. You know, it's kind of shocking still to me.
Yeah.
We'll see if it was Sean Payton or not. But if it wasn't Sean Payton, you think he just would have won the job outright here by him, with a new coaching staff.
Denver?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think it's probably the end of Russell's career. One last shot at it being a starting quarterback. But, yeah, get prepared for definitely at some point during the year Justin Fields starting a game.
Okay. The Lions have lost another player signed on another team's practice squad. First of all, the Lions have claimed Trevor Nowaski, who was with them last year. This is the kid out of Plymouth Salem High School, who went to Saginaw Valley State, signed last year, undrafted free agent with the Lions, got claimed by the Arizona Cardinals. And he came back today, and probably related to that news, Ty Summers was one of the Tigers. I did it again. Tigers are on my mind. One of the Lions' cuts has signed with the Giants practice squad. So I thought there was a chance Summers would be back, but he is with the Giants.
Yeah, I liked him.
Yeah. They obviously like Nowaski more, which is fine. But they obviously like him more. So we will not be seeing Summers back with the Lions. But good for the local kid, right? Do you think Donovan Peoples-Jones latches on anywhere?
I say probably not. There are so many good receivers that hit the waiver wire.
It's actually amazing. We went through them yesterday. Noah Brown. Obviously, the Lions got Tim Patrick, Terrace Marshall. Kadarius Toney's out there.
Mm-hmm.
And that was not a great preseason, unfortunately, for him.
I don't think he's like out of the NFL or anything like that. I think he still gets a shot at some point, whether it's this year or next year, because you had Martavius Bryant this year trying out for the Commanders. Now, he ultimately didn't make it. It's really tough, but you're always looking for somebody, you know, in this league that can help you. He's got experience. He's been there. I think he shows all the like attributes of a guy that could be in this league for a few years, but for whatever reason, it just hasn't come around, right?
Yeah, I mean, look, I expect to hear, you know, I don't know if we'll hear it with other teams, but he's going to be a Tuesday tryout guy, right?
Exactly. That's what I mean. Like throughout this year, he's going to get a tryout.
Yep. He'll probably get I mean, unless he makes it go. And first of all, he could sign somewhere right now. If he doesn't, he'll be a Tuesday tryout guy, and he might get signed right away. But I would suspect he'll spend much of the season doing the Tuesday tryout thing, unless he makes it right away. Okay, so you and I were talking about two viral videos. One is from the U.S. Open. That if you go on social media, you will see. So it's a dude with two drinks, and he sits down next to his girl. And as soon as he sits down and goes to offer her a drink, somebody from behind them gives her a drink.
Yeah, well, no, the other guy behind them came back with two drinks as well. Now you're assuming that's his girl.
It could be his daughter, to be honest with you.
I don't think so, but maybe I don't.
He looks older than her. This has gone viral. You're going to see it.
Yeah. He does look older than her. I don't think significantly, but he goes down. Clearly, he comes back with two drinks, one for her, one for himself, okay? No matter who she is. This drink is for her. The guy behind him comes back with two drinks as well, but he hands his second drink to her before he can, and it looks like he looks stunned. The guy who's sitting down there with two drinks now, sitting next to this woman.
I feel like the best I saw it called was one of the worst bad beats of all time.
Yeah, it was a gambling site that put that tweet out.
That was pretty funny. I give them credit for that. That made me laugh, but I guess maybe we'll get the real story there eventually. The other thing that's crazy is that tree that fell in Milwaukee and the biker, it kind of just missed a biker, but then he bikes right into it. And I'm like, it looks like he meant to bike into it.
Was he wearing his helmet? Come on, man.
I don't think he was wearing his helmet.
See? He should have been. He needed to be.
He should have been.
He wasn't being respected.
So the funny thing about it is I'm like, he could have stopped in plenty of time, but there's no way that this is faked because it can't fake a tree fall. Like a tree had to fall.
And he ran right into the tree that fell.
Yeah. I saw it on Good Morning America originally, and now it's going viral.
You know what? But think about this. Doug, you're a biker.
Yeah.
Because it may have been raining, because his brakes been wet.
Exactly what I said, Rico.
It's
exactly
possible, but he didn't turn his wheel at all. He just biked right into it.
He couldn't stop. He tried maybe, and he slid into it.
So he didn't try to avoid it?
No, I mean, it may have been, you know what, this is the lesser of all evils, because if I turn, I'm going to get impaled by a branch, or I just flip over my bike.
Sometimes you just accept your fate. You ever see it? Like it's coming, and you're like, all right, brace for impact. This is happening.
Like, I can't stop
Yep.
this.
That might be it.
Yeah, I don't want to get impaled.
All right, what do you guys got planned coming up next?
You know what? You really need a flashlight, because we got caught up in doing bets for Friday's game for Michigan State. So, ironically enough, we're going to be talking about Michigan State. Can they surprise this year? And what's the tipping point? What's the buy-in point for the Tigers before you say, all right, you got me?
We were less than 50% today. We'll do the exact same poll tomorrow if they gain another game on the playoffs. Have a great show. Stay safe, everybody. Treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Well, as jovial as that song is, we're going to have to save the happiness until 3 o'clock. We are going to talk Tiger baseball. I've compiled some data. Another win last night as they play another. I mean, the Angels are wretched. You're doing exactly what you need to do, but there's a question. At what point does it qualify as a pennant chase? And I have data. And data is without feelings. Data doesn't have a rooting interest. Data is data.
You're going to take the fun out of this.
I'm not taking the fun out of nothing. I'm going to provide the data, and I'm going to walk out.
You're going to be a problem.
You're damn right. You've been here pre-show. I've already been a problem. Especially for specific people at this company. So, listen.
You know it's bad. Jimmy's like, good luck.
You know it's bad when Jimmy agrees with me. So let's just get to business, shall we? Hey, let me let you in on the pod meeting I had earlier.
Let's just move forward.
So, we're going to get to the Tigers at 3. And we are going to talk a little college football, not stallion stuff, real football momentarily. But I want to start out the show with just a moment of silence for me and David. Because as you guys embark on a much-deserved season of hope, excitement, possible elation as Lions fans, even Rico, starting the year, it's been a little rocky for the Niners as an offseason, but they'll be good. They're going to be worth Rico's time. Rico brings over the lady who rubs his feet, and he's in his Barca lounger watching the Niners, the late kick. He's going to have a good time. But see, me and David are different. David and I are football homeless. In fact, David and I take turns holding the sign on the corner of Woodward saying we'll work for yogurt. So here's the deal. Today, David, I'm so sorry, buddy. David, I'm so sorry. Because Mike Tomlin named Russell Wilson as your starter. And you have Russ, and I have Dan. Not Lieutenant Dan, although it's often the same thing. I have Dan Jones.
You ain't got no legs, Lieutenant Dan.
You got new legs. I am hopeless. David is hopeless. David, you know what we are? We are locked out of the playground. Rico and Kenny are on the courts. They got next. We're locked out. We open a football season. Do you have any hope?
It's over. I have no hope, Mike.
I don't have any hope.
In fact, we were both on the same freeway, and I laughed at you as you were on the side of the road, and then later on you have to come up to me and say, you need help now? Because I need help now. It's over. There is no season. There's no joy. There is no hope. It's done.
We are.
Am I allowed to say anything in this?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
David.
I have nothing to live for.
Okay, David, you knew this was going to happen. I told you. Russ is going to get the starting job. They need Russ to screw up so they can say, okay, we gave you a chance. And now we're going to move on.
David, pass the stroller with the fake baby doll that you're passing off as a real baby for fake gas money.
Mike,
I'll hold the baby.
Mike, I don't know what to tell you.
We are. Dave,
I'd rather have Daniel Jones. You want to make a trade?
Mike, you got Kayvon Thibodeau.
Does he play quarterback?
You got Burns.
I'm trying to help you. It's okay. But I just know that David and I have arrived at the same point.
Yes.
By the way, how bad is Justin Fields?
See, here's the thing. Justin Fields isn't that bad.
Really?
It's Saturday that told me everything. When they took Russ out after the first series and said, you've done enough, that told me, oh, my gosh, he's the starting quarterback for my team.
David, think bigger picture. Russ, it's your job. They're trusting. You're going to screw this up, and then we can hand it over. But we got to give you a chance, or else it's going to look like we just took advantage of you. When they went out and got a second quarterback, David, that told me everything they knew, how they felt about Russell. Okay, because most teams, when they get the quarterback, they don't go out and get another one.
Then don't name him the starter. Give me hope. Give me joy.
Your hope is he's just a place setter. He's just there. Who are you playing in the first game?
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
You got that. You'll
if
win.
Russell Wilson is your quarterback, it simply does not matter. If Dan Jones is your quarterback, it once again doesn't matter.
I don't. I like to think sometimes, Mike, you just over-exaggerate things. And sometimes you play it up. I got no words for you and your team. I have no idea what they're trying. I've tried to find a silver lining for the last 6 months.
Do you know what this is? David and I are sitting on a homemade raft, and we are watching. It's the scene in Castaway where Tom Hanks finally realizes, I will not catch up to Wilson. The moment of hopelessness has set in, and hope is Wilson the volleyball. That hope is out to sea for David and I. Think about this. We have Dan Jones and Russ Wilson.
But his raft is made of sticks. Yours is made of tissue paper. But
either way, they're sinking.
No, sticks will float. Tissue paper will not.
Listen. Factually, I mean, Tom Hanks made his raft out of sticks and VHS tape.
He did.
It's Rico says I'm on the Charmin Express. All you see are the bubbles. I'm dead.
I'd rather have Daniel Jones. I tell you, I would rather have
You
him.
would not.
Yeah.
There is no scenario you'd rather have Dan Jones. Don't say that.
David.
I would. You would. I would.
David.
It's
Hold on.
Russell Wilson.
David, you know what? You'd rather have Hendon Hooker. How about that? You don't want Daniel Jones. I don't know what your team is doing. I'm like, I've tried to find, and I can't. I don't know.
Well, David, I just wanted to take one segment to celebrate our hopelessness. Oh, hold on. It's your turn to hold the sign.
Yeah, so how does it feel like, guys? Kenny?
Will work for canned goods.
How does it feel, Kenny and Rico, to have a team with, hopes and dreams?
How about Kenny? He's got two of them.
Yes,
Georgia
he does.
And the Lions.
Oh, man, Super Bowl and national title?
Watching you guys argue between.
My God.
Uh-oh.
And the Steelers just lost their starting guard. Apparent pectoral injury. He might be out for the year. We have nobody to protect the awful quarterback.
David, in a lot of ways, take it from a Michigan State fan. It's easier this way. You enter hopeless. Anything above that becomes a treat.
Has his raft just become downgraded to the tissue paper? I think it might have been.
No, you know what? The VHS tapes just broke away.
No, the porta potty sail just flew into the ocean.
The sticks are separating.
David, the only thing we have left mutually is we have to get aboard the SS Lions. The Lions are the cargo ship floating by in the distance when Hanks wakes up from the nap. You and I were sharing that raft. And we wake up starving, dehydrated, borderline delusional from the pain. And here comes Brad Holmes' shipping crate ship. It's all we got, man. Because we can't go to the dark side with this guy.
Why?
I hate the Niners.
Please,
I mean, here's the thing. I think
that.
David's on the raft. I think you're Wilson.
I'm dead. Yeah.
I think you're Wilson. We're never going to see you again.
My self-portrait in blood floating away to Bali. I knew I was hopeless, but I still reserved like a modicum of hope for David that like maybe in this cosmic dream Fields would get the gig and he would recapture that guy from 2 years ago.
I still feel that way. I do, David. I really do. I know you can't see it right now
I'm
because
over
you're
here with an
angry.
ice skate in my mouth trying to blow out a tooth. I quit. This is terrible.
The only news I got for you, Mike, is that every year there's a new NFC East champion. And maybe it's you.
Here, cheer me up.
Maybe this year's the Giants' year.
What game is the Giants' last game of the season? Let me mark that in my calendar. My poor father. All right, let's get to business. Because while David and I are hopeless professionally in the NFL, we have spent so much time, rightfully so, talking about Michigan. We've spent no time talking Michigan State. I want to ask a question. And how you guys choose to answer is your prerogative. But we're going to do it next. We'll see if we can just have fun for one segment. We'll get into the Tigers at 3. I'm going to take a hand grenade of data and just roll it into the room and shut the door, and I'll walk out. What you guys choose to do with it is your business. Being number one is not easy. It takes years of experience, dedication, and determination. The number one mattress purchased by millions every year. It's Serta. They got the experience with 111 years making the world's most comfortable mattresses, and they are made right here in Michigan. Right now, during the Labor Day sale, save up to $1,100 off an iComfort adjustable mattress. Just go to Serta.com. Find a retailer near you. That's Serta.com. All right, we'll get to the Tigers at 3 o'clock. They win again. My God, the Angels are terrible. But I have a data, and I want you to tell me when this is a pen and chase. You guys get to set the rules. I'm simply taking a hand grenade of data and just rolling it out there for you. We'll get to it. We started the show with hopelessness. I want to know if another thing is filed under this. And I don't feel this way. I don't. But we have spent so much time talking about Michigan because they can't keep their scandals straight. We have spent next to no time talking about Michigan State. And half of our audience, much like the political landscape of this country, it is Spartans. And none of us have a clue about this team. I mean, there's 60 new players. There is just so much unknown. And the win total in Vegas, scary, 4.5, 5.5, whatever the hell it is. I had a question for everybody in this room, but also you, the listener. Look, with State about to kick off here in about 48 hours, is there a non-zero chance this team is fun and decent? And when I say decent, I mean 7 or 8 wins. Not 9, not 10, not this thing you never saw happening like TCU. None of that. I would never even dare to dream. But I'm asking, in today's world of college football, where you know less about your team, and I'm guilty of this, because State's been bad the last couple of years, you enter the season with a negative connotation that really doesn't apply. I admit it. Those kids aren't here. If we took the positive. Now,
you know what? That's the first step right there. You admitted it. First step.
Truth. That's
growth.
If we took the positive, and I know we're not allowed to ever be remotely positive, Sparty, I would say this. Their coach lost his job pounding his beanbag in a hotel room last year.
Those are facts.
They had an NIL disaster where players almost walked off the field.
Those are facts.
They had no level of competency or coaching. And they also had no quarterback play. And they damn near made a bowl game. Not that that is an accomplishment. I am saying the idea that this team, with a highly competent head coach, you may not know Jonathan Smith's work at Oregon State. I'm a nerd. I do. Jonathan Smith and this staff are a huge upgrade over what the hell just left town. I don't know if Aiden Childs is good, great, bad, not ready, ahead of the curve. I have no idea. I know he was one of the 4 or 5 most sought-after QBs in the portal. They got him. I know they went out and got a couple future pros on the offensive line. They got an NFL tight end, etc. I'm asking the question to everyone. Rico, obviously, but Kenny, David, and you, the listener. As we get ready to embark on a year of college football, is there, unlike the Steelers and Giants that we talked about last segment, is there a non-zero chance that we could have some fun? That they go 8-4 or 7-5 and they run the touchdown play? And just, if you say yes, why? If you say no, just sell me. 248-539-9797. Rico, you start.
Mike, I would say yes, it's possible. Now, Michigan State's schedule is going to boil down to this. It's first 4 games, next 4 games, the 4 games after that. In a perfect solution, they start off the year 4-0. Florida Atlantic, at Maryland, Prairie View, and at Boston College. Then the chair drop kicks in because in 6 days, you're going to play Ohio State and Oregon. Both could be top 5 teams. Oregon is on the road. You get a week off. You get Iowa for homecoming. Then you're at Michigan. Then you finish the year off. Indiana at home, at Illinois, Purdue, and Rutgers at home. Yes, it is possible that it could be a fun season. If they win the first 4 and last 4 and finish the year 8-4, it'll be a sense of accomplishment. Now, you wouldn't have beaten anybody, but you get the bowl game and the season doesn't suck. The season isn't over with October 1st. So you have something to look forward to. People always ask me, it really boils down to, and you kind of alluded to it, it's Aiden Childs. If Aiden Childs can deliver, if Aiden Childs can be the guy that Jonathan Smith hopes that he can be, then yes. If he could extrapolate from what he did at Oregon State and bring it to the field at Spartan Stadium, then yeah, you can get an 8-4 year. And if you're a Michigan State fan, I think anybody would sign up for that. Now, you may get embarrassed in those middle 4 games. I can't promise you that it won't be easy there, but first 4, last 4 winnable games.
Go ahead, David. And I'm not taking offense to anything. If you say no, you'd have plenty of ammunition. I'm asking.
Well, what I'm going to say is no right now. And meaning I need to see what Aiden Childs is.
Oh, the let it play out thing.
I'm not even saying let it play out for the rest of the year. Let me see what I see Friday. If I see something Friday, that's all I need to see. Forget the rest of the game. That's all I need to see. Competence in the quarterback position on Friday. But right now, I don't think they could be fun. I don't. I just don't see it with everything being so
joyless fall.
Yeah, that's what I see.
So
Kenny,
we're all Steeler fans.
Right. We're all Dan Jones fans. Kenny, as an SEC honk, I need you to lower your standards to talk about my football
But these
team.
last 2 segments, Kenny is really looking down his nose.
He is.
No, nothing like that.
Oh, this is so cute.
I'm not gonna go full pillow fight. You remember how this all started? No, I don't think there's a non-zero chance. Would I pick it? Absolutely not. New coach, a bunch of new players, new quarterback that you don't know if is any good. Is it possible that all those things line up in your favor? Sure. Would I pick it? Absolutely.
So tell me what you think they're going to do.
I think that
what would you pick? Like, what would you risk? What would you risk your rent on?
I'd say 4 or 5 wins. I think Vegas' win total is right there.
Oh my!
It's a bunch of new pieces, Mike.
4 and 8, Kenny.
4 and 8.
Oh my God!
It brings me no joy, and I'm not trying to be SEC honk looking down my nose.
You're not.
I promise you.
It's totally acceptable. This is the difference between me and a lot of Michigan honks. I'm not going to sit here and my team's bleep stinks, and we've stunk for a couple years. I have no idea what to expect. And people, look, I wonder what fans think. Like, if you're a Spartan fan, what are you, or are you just going in going, oh my God, I have no idea what I'm about to watch? I mean, I could see a pathway to them being fine enough. Sure. Because I remember last year how they gave away the Rutgers game, how they gave away the Iowa game, like how they gave games away. And this was with a staff that wasn't a staff. They had a stuffed animal with a headset, a.k.a. Harlan Barnett, as head coach. They didn't even have coaches. Did anyone see Jay Johnson the last 2 months of the season? He was
in the booth.
Oh, was he?
He was in the booth.
Really? Yeah. Well, maybe we could have run more than 3 different plays. I mean, I really just wonder, like, on its own, does a new staff with actual awareness get them to 6 wins?
Yeah, I mean, the fact that he went out and got Minnesota's DC to come in here.
Joe
Rossi. He's the guy that gets the interception, scoring defense. They got the pieces in place. Like David said, now a lot's going to happen on Friday. It really it's Aiden Childs. Do you believe that he could be that guy? Because that's what it boils down to. Because he's got pieces around him. Mike, yeah, the defense. It was the offense that I think was finished the year ranked 109th out of 114
The defense
teams.
actually wasn't that bad.
Defense, I think, was in the 40s, but my goodness, they're on the field for 45 minutes out of 60 minutes a game. You wear down.
See, the problem is I don't think it's as much about Childs as Rico does, David. I think it's more about a running game and an O-line. I mean, MSU was going out at 1.5 yards a carry last year. It's like if you can run the ball, you can make a bad QB average, you make an average QB good, and a good one great. If they got
no, that's fair, because it made Peyton Thorne look like he was good, and it got him money at Auburn,
didn't it? So I just would like to know. And again,
and you know what? Yeah, bringing over with Tanner Miller, the center, may have been the biggest portal get that Jonathan Smith got last year, because that's a guy who can solidify the offensive line. He knows the system.
Do we get to have any hope, David? What did the ticket text have to say? Lord knows Spartans are at work. I can't get those calls. 248-539-9797.
I am a Spartan, and I'm going into the season with no expectations.
Damn
I think
it.
a 7-win, 8-win season will be remarkable, and I think it could be fun. Dan in St. Clair.
7 wins is remarkable?
That's what he's saying.
In the NIL transfer portal era?
But a lot of people don't see it your way, Mike. You know, you got to admit, you're looking at college football the new way you should.
Thanks, Dad.
But a lot of people still see it as It's why you see the name brands in the top 25. It's how it's always been. Well, if you could just get to 7, and this guy is going in with 0 expectations, so that's 7 more wins than he thought that they were going to get.
I also look, maybe week 1 is painting a false picture. But like I've said to you all summer, I think this is the year we're going to see more volatility than ever. You're getting the actual after effects of NIL and portal, real erosion. And you saw Georgia Tech beat Florida State because the pieces Norvell brought in just didn't work. And quietly, Georgia Tech's did. Right. Or look at SMU.
Or it takes a little bit longer for the pieces to gel. Yeah, you're correct. You play somebody in September, may not be the same team you play in November, December.
SMU should have lost as a 4-touchdown favorite at Nevada. I watched. You can make fun of me. But
I watched it too.
Like, they should have lost that game. So I just wonder, does it offer more opportunity? I mean, look, my only doubt about Jonathan Smith at Michigan State is that if he thinks he's going to do it the way he did it at Oregon State, he'll fail. And look, I worry, I don't know it factually, but I do worry, did MSU get seduced thinking they found D'Antonio too? A guy who recruited gems and developed and did the slow burn, and it was a 5-year build at Oregon State. That's dead. You can't do that anymore. It doesn't work. Now, you can do some of it.
You can. But I think the thing that they like about him is kind of like D'Antonio. He believes we're going to run the ball. We're going to run the ball, play action. A lot what you said. If you can run the ball, everything else looks better. You can control the clock some. Your defense isn't on the field as much.
I don't know. I had to ask. We'll get to the Tigers at 3. We got a few people who want to rap about this. I'm just asking. 48 hours from now, are we totally without hope? Are we allowed to have a little fun this fall? 7, 8 wins maybe? Surprise some people? Essentially, don't roll out there and pull your pants down like they have the last 2 years. Actually, make me not hate you. Can you do that for me? 248-539-9797. All right. M43 New England IPA. It's Old Nation Brewing Company. It is their gold standard. Football season's here, and I just screwed over Rico Beard. So it's very simple. We talked about Michigan State. Damn it, I did it again. We talked about Michigan State, the underdog. It's not set up for Michigan State to succeed. It's the same thing with local and independent brewers like Old Nation. But yet, unlike Michigan State, Old Nation keeps kicking everybody's head in. Right now, special release for football season, limited time, Raspberry Creamsicle M43. Available wherever you get great beer. Get it before it's gone. It's OldNationBrewing.com. That's OldNationBrewing.com. 21 and up, Old Nation Brewing Company. All right, let's get to the people. We'll get to the Tigers at 3 o'clock. Little football next segment as well. But I've just asked a brief question. We opened the show, and it was hopelessness. It was David finding out the Steelers have named Russell Wilson as starting QB. I got to live life with Dan Jones. And I said, MSU plays Friday night. It's here. No one knows this team. They got 60 new players. They do have a good coaching staff. Not that any of you want to hear about that. The point I'm making is we haven't talked about Michigan State a lot. They don't have any scandals currently, so I guess they've been on the back page. It's just, is there a non-zero chance that they're any good? And I will say, we've talked about this. When you look at college football, it's just a more volatile version of the NFL, meaning in the NFL, you have a quarterback or you don't, which means you have a chance or you don't. If Aiden Childs is a quarterback, it's like what Cam Ward did at Washington State. He single-handedly kept them afloat. If you have a quarterback, you're going to win games.
Yeah. And think about this, Mike.
I don't know if we do.
Let's say you do. Who's the quarterback in the Big Ten?
Well, it's
really
Dylan
one.
Gabriel.
And you could stop right there. The list ends.
You could say, I know you like Will Howard more than I do.
Right.
Michigan is a mystery. Illinois ain't got nobody.
Drew
I
Aller?
do like the Maple Leaf Missile. Curtis Rourke, the kid Indiana got from Ohio.
You do.
The Canadian kid. He's good.
But I'm saying Drew Aller is considered the number 2 quarterback.
Okay, the Drew Aller thing, you got to help me. Because NFL scouts haven't altered their opinion of this kid, and then you pop the tape on and you're like, what? What am I? How? But yes, you're
He'll
right.
end up being the 4th overall pick.
Okay, then. Let's go to the people. Go to Toby, 97.1. What's up, Tobes?
Hey, guys. How you doing today?
Good, buddy. Good to hear from you. What's going on?
Yeah, it's been a while. Okay, just a couple of things. First off, the players that Michigan State got, I hope, are going to be a lot more athletic, will have more ability than the previous couple of years. And I've been trying, and I have put a couple of bets on the Spartans and what they're going to do this year. I do believe that Michigan State will be much better than people are giving them credit for. I believe their coaching staff is much better than what they had the last couple of seasons. And I believe their talent is going to be much better than what they had the last couple of seasons. I have put 2 bets on Michigan State. The first bet I put on Michigan State, it's kind of wild, but it has happened before. I took Michigan State to beat Michigan straight. I took them to beat Michigan straight. The other bet that I made is even crazier, but I believe they have a chance. Michigan State to win 10-plus games.
Okay. Tobe, you've been hitting the naughty water early. What's going on over there?
No, I haven't.
Michigan State on the money line.
Understand my opinion is that we know that we have 60 new players. We know that we have a new coach. These 60 players that we have, hopefully, are going to be that much better than the 60 that they let go, including the quarterback, the tight end, and a couple other players.
The only players they lost that I really, truly cared about, that I really was bummed out about, were the 2 D tackles and Derek Harmon and Simeon Barrow. I'm not really sad about anybody else they lost. I'm also someone who doesn't like their own team very much. So in that sense, I can't cry about the players that left, because where did those players end up that aren't named Barrow and Harmon?
What really got me was all the quarterbacks that left, and only one is starting. The others are backing up.
Did Noah Kim get the starting gig?
No.
He's a backup at Coastal.
He's a backup at Coastal.
And Caton Hauser, Boneyard, did not win the job at ECU.
Yeah, I don't think Peyton Thorne's any good. Only Levitt won he won the job at Arizona State. He's going to be starting. But David, he was the better of all 4. He's just tiny. That's all. So, yeah, I don't even think he's 6 feet tall. It's fun to hit the odds for just a flat-out win over Michigan.
Don't do it.
No. I'm just, for those, it's plus 1,400.
Oh, my dear God.
Flat-out money line victory.
How about we try to stay within 40? We'll start there.
Mike, I'm just adding a little perspective. For what
then again, they won't know our place, so maybe we got a better shot.
But then
Let's go
again,
to Mark.
Who's their quarterback?
But there's a little bit more talent around the team than just quarterback. Yes,
defensively. Oh, yeah, you guys are great.
David, don't look at me. Toby really got after it there. We'll go to Mark in Rochester, 97.1. What's up, Mark?
Hey, Mike. I'm doing well. How are you doing today?
Excellent. What do you got?
So I think, like you guys have said, this season revolves a lot around Aiden Childs, and it's hard for me to sit up here and say he's going to be a superstar, he's going to suck, because that's all speculation. But I do believe, looking at the offensive line additions, I really like the Holy Cross kid, Luke Newman. I like Tanner Miller. I think the O-line will be much improved. Maybe not top of the Big Ten, but they are going to be improved, and I think Nate Carter is going to have a good year. I also think Jack Velling is an upgrade over Malik Carr, and I think that having a safety net tight end and having a dependable running game will allow Aiden Childs to have a more easier transition into college football. So I say all that to be like, okay, the pieces are there for the offense to be more dynamic. And like Rico kind of just said a little bit ago, look around the Big Ten. How many dynamic quarterbacks are there? There's not a lot. I think the floor for this team is, in my opinion, 5-6 wins. I think the ceiling is 9 wins. I think it's going to hinge on that Iowa game after the 2 likely losses to Oregon and Ohio State. But that's kind of where I'm sitting at.
Yeah, there's only 3 games I've chalked up that are just like auto losses. And it's Oregon, Ohio State, and Michigan. I refuse to put Iowa in the auto loss category. Sorry.
Yeah.
They can't score in a whorehouse. Show me. We should have beat them in Iowa City last year. Except our idiot-ass staff decided to kick the ball to Cooper DeJean.
I would have just took a knee.
Did you think?
Right.
So I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That was at the point in the season I still kind of cared.
No, it was was that after Rutgers? Because that Rutgers game was just
don't.
That was just
don't. Yeah. David Reed.
MSU will win 8 games.
Where do I sign?
Wow.
Does that make me a loser that I would just sign it right now?
No, I said if you win 4, lose 4, win the last 4, 8-4. You'll take that. Now, you didn't beat anybody. It means you lost to all the preseason ranked teams. It's a start. It's 8 wins.
It means I got to have fun on 2/3 of my Saturdays. Like, can I get that back?
I actually think MSU will be pretty good. This new coach is really good. I bet MSU really surprises people this year.
Look, in that sense, if we get beyond, all right, maybe they just won't, like, if Kenny's right and they're just awful, I can't tolerate that. It's unacceptable. Like, it doesn't matter whether it's Michigan State, South Carolina, like places that are rebuilding. If you are in that top 25, top 30 program era and you have NIL in this time we're living in, that's not acceptable.
No, it's not.
Not that Kenny's wrong. No, I'm saying I would be angry.
Unless it's like catastrophic injuries. Other than that, yeah, then you made poor decisions in bringing in portal players.
What about happy tears in a hotel room?
I totally agree with Mike. They almost went bowling with a coach that hasn't looked that confused since he was trying to tackle Barry Sanders. I think Aiden will easily.
That's enough strays on Harlan, okay?
I think his headset.
That's enough out of you. You're a problem.
It wasn't plugged in.
It was plugged in.
You'll never convince me that Harlan's headset was on.
It was plugged in.
He was a bit turned around when things were.
David Reed, or we're gonna break down the Steelers scouting reports.
0 chance. I think the ceiling is 6 wins. MSU QB is the guy who couldn't beat out DJU for the job last year.
Whoa. If you don't believe in Childs, that's fine. Saying that a true freshman who was 17 at the time couldn't beat out an expensive guy out of the portal.
That they had to play because they paid him a lot of money.
Just saying, you can have doubts. I have doubts. The kid hasn't started a game yet. But just understand this, and I know people don't want to hear this. If Aiden Childs had wings on his helmets out of the portal, you would be
a top 14.
Wojo would be so bricked up, he wouldn't be able to get out of his chair. Just please. The media, right. You please, the local the college football media. Joel Klatt would be doing a show in a thong if this kid was at U of M. Please, come on. Now, I'm not doing that, but you know how that would roll. He's a combination of Josh Allen, Jesus, and Mahomes.
Mm-hmm. He could throw the ball further than Joe Milton could.
I'm saying the kid's 18 and has a bright future, and I hope for the best. Gee, there's a big departure there.
Of course you would, Sparty.
Got it. All right. Thank you. I'm glad we did 2 segments on maybe there's some hope to not hate fall. We'll get to a blitz next. Tigers at 3. Rico right now.
You sure?
You know what? Let me tell you about FanDuel.
Let me tell you about Specs at LTU. Classes are starting right now. You want a career in radio, TV, you're a graphic design artist. Specs at LTU can help you achieve your goals. They can get you started on your path to success.